Okay, hi everybody, and welcome to our continuation of work with externalization of the hierarchy. I began it 15 minutes ago, only to discover there was no microphone working. Oh, little setbacks, but onward we go. This is the segue from program number 38, which is a short one and will be on Makara before long. And as I say, I hope to have these on YouTube fairly shortly so that people maybe who are not in our usual circle can take advantage of the Tibetan's thought. This, even after the year 2025, approximately around that year, the new installment will begin. There must be work underway towards it, of course. These books written with Alice Bailey as the amanuensis will be, I think, extremely foundational and valuable, just the way the secret doctrine is now. So here we are. We're talking about a task of preparation for reconstruction. And he's given quite a few practical suggestions, 9 very practical suggestions built on 4 fundamental requirements. And those we have reviewed. He has taken a very kind of hands-on approach here. Sometimes he leaves it to the members of his group to work in such a way as they may feel inclined. But now here he really has built up the instructions and the advice in a way that cannot be refused, I would say. So, okay. So of this preparation, he says, to this task we are all called, and to it there are many voices calling today. There are thousands who have dreamed the dream, the same dream, seen the same vision, believed in the divine possibilities which are latent in all human hearts, and who know past all controversy that selfishness and universal greed have brought the world to its present desperate plight. Maybe some of this selfishness and greed we owe to the unwanted intervention of the Black Lodge in fairly early Atlantean times. Yes, possibly, but some of it is just the refusal to exercise human free will in the right direction. And, we have no one but ourselves to blame. As I had said, Manly Hall, a great writer in philosophy and esotericism, said that we stand in exactly the place where we have earned the standing. In other words, our work or our refusal to work properly over many, many incarnations has put us exactly where we are. And I suppose he really means exactly. So we are responsible for our placement in the great process. Going on here, they know also that selfless sharing and cooperative understanding between all men of goodwill everywhere can rebuild a new world and bring into being a more beautiful life and restore that which humanity itself has destroyed. Well, we do have, compared to the Devas, much of the destroyer in our makeup as human beings. I've sometimes wondered about the monadic ray of humanity, whether it isn't the first I've wondered about that. Its ray at present, the soul ray is the fourth, and the personality ray the fifth, and there will be a transition at some due time to the second ray soul and the fourth ray personality. But the human being advances through destroying the vehicles in which it gains knowledge of various levels of vibration. So one vehicle after another, one temple after another is destroyed, as beautiful as the temple may be. But the Tibetan is encouraging, the best is yet to be, he says, and that is such a marvelous and simple statement, you know. We can rest back upon the realization that the history of the human race has been one of a steady moving forward down the ages and towards the light, and we are in process of doing exactly that. Now, the next chapter, so to speak, an imminent spiritual event. We know, well, you know, here's something to bear in mind. He talked about a crucial decision to be made on June the 22nd, 1942. And here, this next letter or article, after the August 1942 letter, is March 1943. So a very important time remains undiscussed. But it will be discussed later, and we will understand how concerned the hierarchy was that humanity would go down to defeat. But now we're in a period, March 1943, where the defeat of the forces of darkness, or at least their representatives, is assured. And the Tibetan tells us about that in another 100 or so pages from this point. So this letter is being written with that assurance in mind. The turn has been passed. It was not the forces of darkness that triumphed as victor when the sun moved northward at the solstice of 1942. It was the United Nations, the forces of light, the representatives thereof, who triumphed, or at least could see the way clear to the ending of the war. And we'll learn more about that because there's such a hiatus in here. He's been writing certain letters one after another, even sometimes 1 month after another. And then suddenly, in the midst of this most perilous time, there's a 6 or 7 month break. I imagine they were extremely preoccupied. They were packing to withdraw. As the story goes, they were in the process of preparing to withdraw from the kind of supervision they have given to humanity over these years. And the exact reason for that withdrawal we don't know, but it's certainly not to spare them any discomfort. It would have to be for the welfare of the plan and the planet. But here we are, looking at a safer time. The war will rage on for another 2 years, but the victory has been assured for the forces of light and their representatives. And let's see how he foresees all of this. We are nearing the climax of the spiritual year, he says. The greatest approach of all time is imminent and possible. Of all time, I suppose, with regard to our planet. And what kind of, is it an avataric approach? You know, is it the approach of the avatar of synthesis and the spirit of peace. The lords of liberation have done their work. He knows that, but he's not talking about it yet. He talked much about the use of the second mantram to bring forward the expression, the intervention of the lords of liberation. And we find also that without the Savior, without the Christ, the invocation, the inchoate, aspirational invocation of humanity probably would not have reached the lords of liberation, but the Christ was able to bring it all together and focus it in such a way that invocation did reach these great lords. And what they did, it cannot be described entirely, or maybe not even extensively. But he will tell us about their work and how that work basically made the victory of the representatives of the forces of light an assured fact. Much depends now upon the aspirants and disciples of the world, particularly those in physical incarnation today. Of course, interiorly, there are many disciples out of incarnation, and I imagine that this war was involving all the various planes, astral certainly, and lower mental. So they would have their part to play, but this is working out towards the physical plane, the end of this war. A major contact between Shamballa and the hierarchy, for which initiates and masters have for centuries been preparing, is in process of consummation. We've seen those illustrations of the triangles representing the relationship between Shambhala hierarchy and humanity in the past, in the present, and in the future. So a major contact is now in process. March 1943. I shall very shortly be giving you some further information on the subject in an attempt to anchor on the earth that seed of the New World religion which an earlier instruction gave upon the great approaches. I think what we should do is go to the externalization of the hierarchy, and it would be page 387. And let's see what we find at this asterisk, where we might be able to learn a little bit more. I've given you an earlier instruction about the great approaches. So this was Esoteric Psychology, Volume 2, and quite a few pages here, basically. So what I will do then is list these pages right here. Okay, and I'll insert this. And we'll be able to know from whence this comes. Okay, so more information is coming, and he'll anchor some seeds regarding the new world religion, which will be extremely important. Which an earlier instruction upon the great approaches indicated might be found, and lead to a true start of universal faith, which will serve the need of humanity for a long time to come. So I shall very shortly, okay, let's indicate this. All I ask of you today is to begin now a most careful preparation for the event which is impending at the time of the full moon of May, so that the energies then set in motion may be aided by your directed thought, and you yourselves may come more fully into the current of downpouring life. Sometimes he talks about the tremendous stimulation which certain of his students receive at the Wesak Festival. We really are to look at it as the high point of the spiritual year. At the coming Wesak Festival and until the full moon of June, including the 5 days after that full moon, I ask you to use both of the invocations, and in this book, page 144 and 249, thus testifying greatly to the fusion of humanity into one great group of invocative appeal. Make a real effort to be present and in group formation at the exact time of the full moon of May, as far as you know it, using both invocations and believing that you are voicing the ununified will and desire of humanity itself. I will enlarge upon this in my Wesak message, but I seek to get this to you as early as possible so that my own group in process of training can lay the needed foundation for the work to be done. So, it's going to be very important, and we get some idea from these instructions about what it is the Christ and the Buddha actually do, are capable of doing. Sometimes we just think about these things in generalities, but this particular period at the high point of the spiritual year will have a tremendous effect upon the outcome of the war. Let me extend this concept a little by pointing out that the invocative cry of humanity and of the hierarchy, jointly sounded at the time of the full moons of May and June, and particularly at the Wesak Festival, will be effective if the cold light of the aspirants and disciples of the world, and of all selfless servers, no matter who or where they may be found, is united with the clear light of the initiates and of those who can function freely as souls, as members of the hierarchy, and to a lesser degree, all accepted disciples. Well, what does this mean? The cold light and the clear light. And sometimes we hear them spoken of together, the clear, cold light. So the, no. Right, let me come back and get my bracket again. The cold light has to do with the readiness of the personality vehicles. The personality vehicles are not heated, but instead responsive to the higher energies and not to the Martian impulse. The clear light is that of the intuition. So this combination is the one that is desired and required. The cold light of the aspirants is united to the clear light of the initiates and of those who can function freely as souls, the members of the hierarchy, and to a lesser degree, all accepted disciples. So this is a union of conditions yielding the clear cold light. This combination is one that is desired and required. These people are relatively few in number when compared to the world's population, but because they are to be found focused at the deep center of the group's clear cold light, as it tells us in one of the rules, the deep center of the group's clear cold light, and are distinguished by the quality of fusion and at one-ment, they can be enormously potent. I would therefore ask all of you during the weeks prior to the full moon of May and that of June, and for 5 days thereafter, which is a larger span than usual, to seek to dwell ever at the center, to endeavor to blend the cold light of your personalities with the clear light of your soul, so as to work effectively for the 5 weeks of the desired period. And, the light of the personality is not usually cold. It has to be trained to that condition so it does not respond to the lower lunar impulse. The clear light is the light of clear manas and the light of the intuition. Period. Right. The clear light is that of the intelligence of the soul and the revelation of the intuition. And usually, as I say, they are combined when he is discussing them. All right. Now that was actually a short instruction. And so far we have dealt with pages 387 to 389. Now a special Wesak message, not simply a Wesak message, and this is just the very next month, of course. This communication is addressed to the members of the new group of world servers who can be reached. There are countless numbers of whom you have no knowledge, and to the men and women of goodwill everywhere. All right. At least he's giving exactly the target audience of this communication. I would ask you to see that as many receive this as possible. We are nearing the climax of the spiritual year and the time that the sun moves northward. Right. Right. Now this is the June solstice. However, I'm wondering, I'm trying to see how this is possible, because it's at the June solstice, the sun moves southward. And at the December solstice, the sun moves northward. So it says we are reaching the climax of the spiritual year, and I'm trying to understand, we can't really, the sun cannot really move farther north than the Tropic of Cancer. So why does he say northward? when we're still at least 6 months away from the lowest point of the sun at the Tropic of Capricorn, and there indeed the sun would move northward. But anyway, letting that pass, the climax of the spiritual year says we are nearing that. Well, very slowly, I suppose. The greatest approach of all time is close and possible. And I suppose he's talking about the approach of the great beings to be registered by hierarchy and to a certain extent by humanity. Much, however, depends upon the aspirants and the disciples at the world at this time, in the world at this time. And I imagine that because there was failure in the 1930s to thwart the precipitation of this great conflict, at least, onto the physical plane, that when he tells us that it is the responsibility of aspirants and disciples, they are listening with greater attentiveness than they did in the 1930s. So much, however, depends on the aspirants and disciples in the world at this time. The past year has been one of the world's worst experiences from the standpoint of agony and distress. The point of acutest suffering has been reached, and he's got to be including that which occurs in the concentration camps, where barbarous cruelty was applied to so many. I mean, it makes you sick to read about it. And let's just say, I'll put this as a suggestion, that which occurred within the concentration camps must or is probably included. It has, however, been the year in which the greatest spiritual approach of all time has shown itself to be possible, an approach for which the initiates and masters have for centuries been preparing, and for which all the Wesak festivals, since the meeting of the Great Council in 1925, have been preparatory. So, what is this spiritual approach? We are talking partially about the avatar of synthesis. We may be talking about the lords of liberation. We are talking about some very high spiritual sources. And of course, for the reappearance of the avatar, the Christ. And this year, 1942, being the worst in terms of agony, has been the year in which the greatest spiritual approach has shown itself to be possible. So, what meets the eye is part of the truth, and what lies behind the appearance is far more important, really. Okay. And they have been preparing a long time, and now hierarchy realizes that this great approach is possible. And when we talk about all time, well, maybe we also mean we may also mean the externalization of the hierarchy, as well as the reappearance of the Christ. So there are avataric approaches, greater and lesser. the avatar of synthesis, the intervention of the lords of liberation, whenever that exactly occurred, the coming of the Christ preceded by the externalization of the hierarchy. There's been a long waiting for at least some of these to occur. You know how over the years and centuries of the Piscean age, how much it was longed for that the Christ would reappear. As a matter of fact, the disciples of his time, 2,000 years earlier, felt from what he said that it would be imminent, and they did not conceive of having to wait for 2,000 years. But the great spiritual agencies have to make sure that things being done are well done, properly done. Otherwise, they just have to be done again, and the law of economy is violated. Time and energy are wasted. He goes on, I have in past instructions referred to the great meetings held at intervals by those to whom is entrusted the spiritual guidance of the planet, particularly of man. Certain facts must be assumed, such as the acceptance in the Western Hemisphere of the existence of the Christ, and in the Eastern of the Buddha. It is therefore surely possible, given this acceptance, to assume that they and their disciples must and do confer together upon the steps needed to guide mankind along the path of light, the path to God. So here we have, of course, the Buddha and the Christ would naturally confer, and the masters under their supervision would confer. Salvation must affect both hemispheres, the West and the East. To this all the world's scriptures bear witness, and to this all spiritual knowers testify. I have not time today to enlarge upon this theme, and that's for sure. The Tibetan is always sort of under what you might call a Jupiter and Gemini influence, always capable of enlarging upon a subject. As a matter of fact, probably in his eyes, what he has managed to put down on paper through Alice Bailey has been just the briefest kind of indication. And when he says it would require many volumes to elucidate this subject, he's certainly capable of elucidating and providing those many volumes, but he has to think about the time that he has, because, within the time-space schedule of the planetary logos, every master has his allotted time to accomplish certain things, and he has to think about the capability of humanity to absorb what is given. So if he gave, let's say, 4 or 5 times the material that he had here, Alice Bailey couldn't do it, and we couldn't absorb it. Anyway, the path to God. And they do confer together, assume that they and their disciples must and do confer together. So from the inside, the task is done correctly. And we disciples and aspirants, being in a sense the weak link, have to raise our ability to absorb, to assimilate, and to express. So all the world scriptures are bearing witness to this, and he hasn't time to enlarge. I simply ask for your acceptance of the hypothesis, an hypothesis which is a fact to many millions and a proved event to many thousands, that spiritual guidance is accorded to mankind, and that behind the veil which separates the visible from the invisible, there stands those who are working strenuously, and I might add, scientifically, to meet the present dire need. In other words, let's see, they are working with ascertained knowledge. So he asks for our acceptance of the hypothesis. And surely, if by this time, after so many years of study, for so many of us, if trust has not been built up in the veracity of what the Tibetan has said and is saying, when will it ever be present? So, and Master Moria speaks about the mine, the deep mine of trust and how necessary it is. At the very least, we must trust in the great teachers. There are so many that consider what we believe to be preposterous, and they have no trust at all. They find that this is some effort by some individuals who are not really all there, to hoodwink and deceive humanity into some opium-induced state, Religion is the opiate of the masses, as has been said by some of the early communists in Russia. I'm not sure who, but, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, that group. They had no belief and no trust. And they were, although idealists, they were materialistic in their idealism. We have to realize that behind the veil of normally presented perceptions lies a far greater world of subtle perceptions or subtle energies and perceptions of those energies. And until we have penetrated that veil at least a little, we are trapped quite a bit in ignorance. Okay, page 390. Two things are occupying their attention. And when we say there, we mean members, well, as long as of hierarchy. So we see, two groups working. Hierarchy, which knows what it's doing and is working under the guidance of the Great Lord and of Shamballa as much as possible. And the disciples and initiates who depend upon, to a great extent, upon the vision that hierarchy has and upon the, well, can I call it orders that come down to do these things? In the Agni Yoga books, which are written on the first ray, the idea of following orders is quite strong. With the Tibetan, he's saying that hierarchy does not command activity and demand activity and does not issue orders. It offers suggestions which can be freely followed by the will of those for whom these suggestions are intended. So two things are occupying the attention of the members of the hierarchy. Number one, the need to bring the present strife and warfare to an end, and so release mankind from an evil past and open the door to a better future. Well, at one point, DK discussed how the war, with all of its strain, must not be allowed to go on for too long. Otherwise, the exhaustion of humanity would become a very severe problem. So two things here. I'm remembering that, there was a disciple, RSU, and she was very close to Alice Bailey and was responsible for a lot of the editing of the books. Her Rays 23117, an unusually hard line combination of rays for a second ray type and in the soul, because I think she was probably a third ray monad. That's my estimation. And he said, your causal body is filled with the words of the many books that you have read. And he was trying to draw her out into some kind of expression of the great quantity of information she had absorbed and retained. So have we read, thought, and filled at this point the content of our causal body with many virtues and many concrete perceptions. Now think of it, the atomic members of the atomic triangle, mental unit, astral permanent atom, physical permanent atom are actually in the causal body at the lower part of it. So the virtues may be found in the petals, but the specificities will be found in the atomic triangle. And there the memory is stored, and she had a lot, but she wasn't really making use of it. The idea is that whatever we have to make use of in the right way. And it can't just be accumulated, that old saying that's maybe a little bit humorous and a little bit sad, that even a donkey can carry a library on its back. Well, if it's a big library, it better be a camel, Master M says, don't put the load of a camel on a donkey or you're going to get some unpleasant effects. But we can't just carry it on our back, it has to be digested and made part of our life. And then we can act in a more scientific manner to help the great divine plan come forth into manifestation. So here's a need: end the war in the right way. And by this time of this writing, April 1943, the Tibetan knows that the forces of light and their representatives have won the war. That would not be apparent to the soldiers in extremely dire circumstances. They would not have the esoteric insight to realize that a turning point had been made. But as we move closer and closer to participation with hierarchy, we're going to see from the inside out. And we will not be so deluded by the outer forms and that which passes away. That's a lot to do with advice to the third ray type. Don't be deluded by that. Then also the opportunity to lay the foundations for that new world religion. The objectives lying before the hierarchy at this time as it prepares for the full moons of May. Oh no, I skipped. Excuse me. The opportunity to lay the foundations for that new world religion that will suffice to meet man's need for many centuries ahead, and for which all past world religions have prepared him. The idea is to bind and rebind, bind again to the truth, religare, to bind again to the truth of the inner worlds. That is, re means again, and well, it's some verb like ligare. It means to connect. I don't have it exactly correct, but you get the idea. And this type of connection with the truth of the inner worlds and not just astral fabrications and inventions is of the utmost importance, so that people really know where they're going. Right now, the idea of human destiny, as imagined by the believers, is quite distorted and quite childish. Your body lies there in the ground, rotting away, and then one fine day the trumpet shall sound, and your body, with all of its limitations, will be raised up, I suppose, made into some degree of wholeness, and it will be judged whether you will go to heaven or hell. I don't know who can come up with such stuff, but millions upon millions have believed it and have not ventured into the truth as presented by occultism, especially the spiritual occultism. I know of some who said, well, what you say may be very interesting, but I don't dare consider it because I may lose my way or lose my faith in Christianity if I consider what you are saying, as attractive as it may be. So obviously fear is involved. So such, brother of mine, are two of the objectives lying before the hierarchy at this time, as it prepares for the full moons of May and June. Now remember, in 1943, Christ took yet another phase of the seventh initiation, and love reached a great high point. So this is a very important year. It could have been a year of deterioration had the forces of darkness prevailed, but as we will learn, they did not. Now, if somebody who's just reading these letters, they will not have yet have received what the Tibetan is going to say later, and will they know that the forces of light have prevailed? When he talks about the release of atomic energy, that's when we learn that indeed they did prevail and how they did prevail. So these are two objectives, he says. These are two objectives which are before the hierarchy as it prepares for these 1943 full moons. Can the forces be so organized and the energies pending distribution so dispersed that the full measure of good can be evoked? These are the questions, questions about the potentials. Can the evocation of a new cycle of spiritual contact and of liberation be brought about by the action of the men and women of goodwill? Can the will to good of these spiritual energies and the goodwill of humanity itself be brought together and produce those conditions in which the new world order, visioned by all who truly love their fellow men, can be enabled to function? Can the situation be so staged that the new world religion and the new approach of humanity to God are brought into being? These are the important questions which the hierarchy is today attempting to answer. Well, I think a lot of these questions are still before us right now. Things are moving slowly, rapidly in one way, slowly in another, compared to how they might have moved. But as I say, the release of atomic energy it changed everything. And it raised the stakes and raised the level of danger for humanity. I'm reading today, pretty soon, it's almost as if every country is going to have the atomic bomb, maybe the hydrogen bomb. It's proliferating. And DK says we cannot live in an armed camp of that nature, or there will be an explosion. I suppose that explosion is a euphemism for the destruction of human civilization. Well, there are many objectives, and given the power of the May and June full moon of 1943, these questions were before the hierarchy. After the war and into the remaining years of the 20th century and those early years of the 21st, there has been some falling away from the possibilities. Great potentials did emerge and have had their effect, but it's obvious that humanity was not ready for a decisive entrance into the spirit of the New Age. Now there are, with the rise of women in politics, as women interestingly can represent the soul, the potentials are again emerging, I think. And the selfishness of the white man in power, that selfishness is being challenged. And an equilibrization between the masculine and feminine approaches is taking shape. So let us see. I mean, DK promises some good things by 2035. Cooperation between Russia and the United States in legislating for the welfare of children. Okay, I mean, this will mean that in short order, in less than 20 years from now, 2019, the lines of cooperation have to be much stronger than they are at present. Fortunately, humanity is guided by powerful thought forms which the hierarchy is producing, though it's not allowed to compel and force. And those thought forms, as the Piscean era wanes and the sixth ray era wanes, those thought forms may begin to have a more potent effect in bringing about the unification of humanity. The group of spiritual workers, he says, of whom I happen to be one, is faced with two major problems. The problem of the war itself, with its stupefying and stunning effect upon the masses everywhere, and the problem offered by the aspirants and disciples throughout the world. So we have to, with clear eyes, face the issue of the problems. Okay, so I'll put that in, as a number one. Whoop. So I think, number one, because think you're walking through the morning in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Your country is losing the war, and maybe you're aware of that. And all of a sudden, from out of the blue comes this blast, which kills, I don't know what the figure is, tens of thousands immediately. It is unheard of suffering and totally mysterious. How could such a thing occur? The Japanese were not going to give in, and I don't think they believed in the efficacy of such a weapon, but after the second blast, which interestingly I think was not supposed to hit Nagasaki, it was supposed to hit an island that was strongly fortified. After the second blast, the future could be seen, and the annihilation of Japanese cities one after another with these bombs. And number two, the problems offered by aspirants and disciples. Two sets of problems. Okay. Can the suffering masses of men stand with massed intent and with eyes directed towards God, so that their cry can mount to his ears? And will the spiritually minded people and the workers for humanity make that supreme effort, rendered from an adequate point of tension, so that humanity may be focused in its appeal and bring about a response from the highest available sources? And we can say, the Christ did this. But these are the questions. Is there sufficient strength and focus, is what it's all about, to have the invocation mount to the high place? Can the united effort of these two groups, one conscious of what is happening and the other unconscious, evoke reply? So the issue is, can the saving force come forth, and can humanity be saved? It seems that the Tibetan was aware of the victory which had occurred, but the victory can work out in various ways and with an aftermath which is acceptable or still very problematic. So we need strength and focus are needed. And notice what he asks of the disciples. And will the spiritually minded people and the workers for humanity make that supreme effort? And then the occult part of it, rendered from an adequate point of tension. I think there was a factor of fatigue operating among the disciples and aspirants too. War fatigue is a very real thing, the constant strain. That's why at some point here in the teaching he asks or declares the necessity that this war not be unduly prolonged. Otherwise, maybe de facto, the negativity would win. So, two major problems. Stupefying, it just takes away your presence in the moment. The words stupid and stupefy and stupefying, they are all related. Stunning, when you're hit by some kind of force, like a taser, let's say, you are rendered incapable, you are stupefied, and you are stunned. So the masses, are wandering around like zombies. There were some photos of people after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. and they appeared to be in a stupefied state, and they were stunned out of their normal way of reacting to the environment. So still something must be done. The strength of the masses and the focus and focusing of the massed intent by the disciples and initiates of the world, aided, of course, by the Christ. And that was, for me, a new point of information, that when it came to the Lords of Liberation, that probably without the focusing effort of the Christ, that which humanity sent up in terms of invocation would not have been sufficient. Now what we have at the present moment is that 1 hour has elapsed. In moments of extreme urgency or crisis, the story of the Christ brings to our attention the fact that he then came in touch with the Father in heaven. You know, the moment of crisis was really the Gethsemane experience. We usually focus on the cross, but that was the crisis of the Master or the initiate Jesus, the becoming fourth degree initiate Jesus. And from the occult perspective, we begin to realize how high a thing it is to take the fourth degree. Probably working for humanity right now, at least in an externalized manner, are not very many fourth degree initiates. So, in moments of extreme urgency or crisis, the story of the Christ brings to our attention the fact that he then came in touch with his Father in heaven. Well, he had been to a certain extent along the way and was praying to the Father and talking to the Father, but this was the anchoring of a new aspect on earth. This was extremely important. God spoke to him in terms of recognition. God testified to the fact that he knew him for his beloved Son, and to these basic facts of the historical record, we must add the realization that, quote, as he is, so are we in the world, and the assurance of Christ himself that God is also our Father. So there is the factor of identification. And we are the part, and yet we are the whole. Well, I think sometimes the Eastern approaches to these things reveals that kind of truth more successfully thus far than the Western approaches. Okay. Then the door of possibility opens, and we can come to the realization that in times of intense human urgency, stress, and crisis, and when the soul of man is adequately aroused to the needed point of spiritual receptivity, as was ever the case with Christ, then there can likewise come a divine recognition from the highest possible source, which will suffice to bring release and liberation, and to give power to do the right, to take those steps which are demanded by the spiritual purpose, and to proceed consequently along the path of evolution. So, evoking the highest power of the power of the Most High, as Sanat Kumara will be called, and that the planetary logos will be called. So, at the moment of crisis, comes the possibility. And the more severe the crisis, within reason, not to the point of unmanageability, the more freedom giving is the response. This is my beloved son. Through God spoke various, God as Sanat Kumara spoke various words of recognition. But finally, the test all led to the sixth initiation, a crucial part of which occurred within the Garden of Gethsemane, when it became a test for the Christ. Would he recognize and acquiesce to the will of God regarding probably his presence as a bodhisattva in the future and his ability to save humanity in certain ways? Would he acquiesce to the strain and the suffering which that would entail? Not a physical suffering, because that he had transcended, but a different kind of spiritual agony when trying to guide a very resistant humanity through the gates of initiation and deep understanding of their role and their purpose in the planetary plan. We can have really no idea of that which faced the Christ at that moment, but DK does talk about the Christ looking on at his task in the world with does he call it, a certain horror at all that needs to be done. How can he do it? Well, as a becoming seventh degree initiate, with consciousness so far beyond our own, and abilities that we cannot fathom, he is in the position to act the role of the Redeemer. He can do it, and he has agreed and acquiesced, and we disciples and aspirants were somewhat aware of this, and we're going to be participating in the manner in which the Christ chooses to redeem humanity. So God calls him, God recognizes the Christ, God the planetary Logos, Sanat Kumara, recognizes the Christ, acknowledges him, and sometimes we have to wait for the final word of approbation. I think we are waiting now for the final word of approbation. Let me here point out that where there is a group activity upon the physical plane, there is, under the law of balance and of action and reaction, a paralleling spiritual activity. Well, the inner and outer worlds are working together, and the causative part occurs on the inner side, but there is feedback from the outer side that adjusts how the evocation will work on the inner side. The entire world of men today is engaged in an intense activity in the material world. Marching armies, factories working in shifts 24 hours a day, seething migrations and deportations of people, intense air activity and the organizing and planned work of hundreds of relief agencies in every country, to mention only a few of the myriad activities. So, a humanity greatly involved in the demands of the war process. The personalities of men everywhere are engaged, and mentally, emotionally, and physically, they are all working at high pressure. The impact of circumstances and events has never been so potent. And the Tibetan can look backward, a long way, really, as he reads the record. Alongside of this material activity of humanity is to be found the strenuous endeavor, the effort to think constructively, the focused idealism, the registration of vision, and the spiritual aspiration of the people of goodwill, of the disciples everywhere, plus the trained spiritual activity of the hierarchy and the spiritual leaders of the race upon the outer and the inner side. To this might be added the activity, the waiting activity, if I might use so paradoxical a phrase, of that center of life where the will of God is known. So here is this intense outer activity. It's really, the war is going on all levels, and then an strenuous internal activity by the men and women of goodwill and the disciples everywhere, and the work of the hierarchy as well. Yeah. And then, additionally, the activity of the center we call Shamballa, waiting for right expression at the right time. Well, the Lords of Liberation in Shamballa, even though perhaps extraplanetary beings, waited until the right conditions had reached them. And then they did what the Tibetan will later describe, which led to the winning of the war by the United Nations. There are, therefore, speaking in terms of spiritual endeavor, the following groups whose massed intent is to bring about the liberation of humanity and who are to be found everywhere in the world. The following groups. Okay. And it helps, I think, for the Tibetan to list these so we can see who is working and why it's so important that they work cooperatively together. So the men and women of goodwill. Right. The idealists and the dreamers of dreams, the visioners of the future world, and are they below or above? The spiritually minded people whom we call the world aspirants. No, we're ascending. So let's just say members of the new group of world servers. So what I'll do, and we have then the spiritually minded people that we call the world aspirants. Is there more? Yes. Disciples throughout the planet. And finally, the members of the, well, no, it's not finally at all. It really keeps going. This is a listing a hierarchy, listing a hierarchy of participation, Let's just see. This should be working, but maybe it's not, Participation, a hierarchy. Every once in a while this fails me and I cannot get this to respond. Okay, well maybe I've fixed that. Anyway, these groups in ascending order, men and women of goodwill, and the dreamers and idealists, and the aspirants, the world aspirants, and then the disciples with their more mental polarization and their continuity of effort, not so spasmodic as that of the aspirants, the members of the spiritual hierarchy, either in or out of incarnation, and the custodians of the will or purpose of God, holding themselves in readiness at Shamballa and listening for the demand for succor as it comes from humanity. So here we have within Shamballa itself, all of these cooperating at this time when those fighting on the outer plane really have no idea that there is so much inner support of a very specific and technical kind. And then certain great energies, capital E, of extraplanetary significance, who stand ready to intervene should the spiritual invocation or the distress of humanity reach the pitch of evocation. And that's a very interesting term, the pitch of evocation, because the laws of energy demand that if there's going to be evocation, that a certain intensity of sound, vibration must reach those who can be evoked, who can respond. So all of these together, and maybe I put them in this color, all of these together are cooperating to bring about the liberation of humanity, and of course, meanwhile doing a great service to the planetary logos in the expression of his divine plan. The problem is how to fuse and blend the first 5 groups so that the spiritual appeal can express a group integrated and united demand. So let's take another look at what the 5 groups are. And they go up to the spiritual hierarchy and begin with the men and women of goodwill. They begin there. But after that, there's no way or ability to work with Shamballa and with these great extraplanetary agencies, such as, let's say, the Avatar of Synthesis or the Spirit of Peace. And as far as the Lords of Liberation go, are they simply working through Shamballa now? But is their origin actually extraplanetary? That is a question, and I suppose we could ask that question, Lords of Liberation, extra, and maybe we'll learn that. The point to bear in mind is that this rider on the white horse is no extraplanetary entity. Okay, all right, that's one thing. So there is a clear and direct inflow of extraplanetary energy released by the Lords of Liberation. Now, this does not tell us whether these lords actually take up their place in Shamballa, or whether they are extraplanetary energies. It could be either way. But later, when we get there, we're not to that point in the book yet, we'll be able to see more clearly, perhaps, whether the Lords of Liberation simply temporarily work through Shambhala or are extraplanetary entities. Working through Shambhala, or whether they are shambolic entities. Okay. So, where are we here? Right. The problem. How to fuse and blend the first 5 groups so that the spiritual appeal can express a group integrated and united demand upon much higher energies. Only such a united demand, focusing the massed intent of mankind, will suffice to evoke an extraplanetary response, and are the Lords of Liberation part of this extraplanetary response, or only the Avatar of Synthesis and the Spirit of Peace? Much of the task of unification lies in the hands of 2 groups, the planetary hierarchy and the new group of world servers, heart and ajna center, respectively, of Sanat Kumara. With the work of the first group, mankind has little to do, for they can be depended upon to fulfill their task and to shoulder their responsibility to the full. With the work of the new group of world servers, all of you have much to do, and it is about this that I write at this time. So we can, hierarchy will take care of its own business and can be relied upon to do so. And if there is to be a kind of a triple union involving the first 5 points, then hierarchy and the world servers must cooperate. And among the world servers, of course, we expect to find the disciples. So points number 4 and 5, those groups have to cooperate, and to an extent the world aspirants, some of whom can be considered to be members of the new group of world servers. I shall not waste time in defining the personnel of this group, that is, the new group of world servers, I suppose. Suffice it to say that all who truly love their fellow men and who serve them with sacrifice and selfless understanding constitute this group. Okay. There are different ways of defining the membership there. Some of them are very technical and involve the initiatory grades upward from the 2nd degree, and even holding high members, initiates of the 3rd and 4th degree, and so forth. That's one way, but then here is another way. All who truly love their fellow men and who serve them with sacrifice and selfless understanding constitute this group. And of course, this question about truly loving one's fellow men, well, that has to be taken up interiorly by every human being. Of course, there are people we do love, and people in whom the love response within us, people from whom that love response is more easily evoked. Along with the affiliated body of men of goodwill, The members of the new group of world servers must now prepare themselves for a great act of service at the time of the May and June full moons and throughout the weeks preceding these times. And I would say, if the members of the new group of world servers know something about occult invocation and evocation. Well, in other words, there are different ways of observing or taking advantage of the possibilities of the full moon. Those who are trained in occultism will use technical methods. Those who are not trained in that way, but who are aware of the opportunities of the moment, may use prayer, good thoughts, attention, they can participate. So the members of the new group must now prepare for a great act of service in these full moons. It's been a long time since the Tibetan has written. He said he was not looking for any new amanuensis beyond Alice Bailey. And of course, people kind of offered themselves as capable of taking down what he said, but, he knew the trap that lies in that way of proceeding. The relationship between Alice Bailey and the Tibetan was highly unusual and cultivated long ago, as I've said, and as the Tibetan has said, when Alice Bailey was a chela in the light and DK was a reporting interior disciple, reporting to his master, which had to have been Master Kuthumi, who was Alice Bailey's master. The statements which I am now going to make I will put as briefly as possible, leaving you to ponder upon them and trusting you to understand them. And what I have now to say will fall into three parts. Okay. Well, lots of information, and of course, pondering on that information is a great necessity, and how it can work out in our present era, which is still an era in which the resolution of the conflict has not occurred. The conflict between the dweller and the angel of humanity. So he's going to cover the work of the hierarchy in the immediate future and at the full moon periods, the task of the new group of world servers today, and the new world religion in the spiritual future. All of these very important subjects. So, these days, of course, we observe the full moon. We try to learn as much as possible. We try to share as much as may be possible. In those days, this is April 1943, there were very specific instructions being given as to the possibilities of particular full moons during the very stressful moments of the war. We saw this in relation to the year 1942, and now we're seeing it with 1943. But the Christ made very great strides in 1943 when a high point of love for a long period of time was reached, and he could take advantage of that, I think, as part of his seventh initiation process. The statements, he says, which I'm going to make, they fall into three parts. We've just looked at this. The work of the hierarchy in the immediate future at these full moon periods, the task of the new group of world servers today, 80 years ago, the new world religion and its spiritual future. Or maybe a bit more like, maybe now, getting close to 70 years ago, I think. It is necessary for you to understand the immediate spiritual possibilities which confront humanity, if those of you who have vision and love humanity are to measure up to the immediate opportunity. Okay. It is necessary that you should grasp the immediate preparatory steps which you can take in relation to those possibilities. So this is what we're looking at, the immediate spiritual possibilities. Okay, it is necessary that you should grasp the immediate preparatory steps which you can take in relation to those possibilities, and should also have a vision of the principles which must guide the New World religion with its outstanding points of focus. I do not intend to plead with you as in the past, or ask you for cooperation either to serve or sacrifice. I only seek to give you information, leaving you to make due application under the urge of your own soul. So certainly the Tibetan is aware that when he says to his group, I beg you to, and then he fills it out, it is a type of pleading. Maybe it has not quite produced the effect that he wanted to see materialize, but at least he will continue to give the information and trust that there has been some effect, and the people who receive it are responsible enough. They have been pleaded with, and they know what has to be done. All right, so now we're entering a new section, and we have so far about 1 hour and 32 minutes thus far. So now we have the work of the hierarchy in the immediate future. This is right there on page, well, it's 540 of this document. Of course, the document's pages cannot be used for anything but the document because I have enlarged so many of the fonts for emphasis. But we do seem to be about, roughly halfway through the book. So let's see what the new section brings. The work of the hierarchy in the immediate future. The past history of the relations existing between the hierarchy as a whole and humanity as a whole can be summarized in the idea of carrying out of certain great approaches between those who express the spiritual attitude and those who are frankly material in their attitude. Okay, now, let's see who he means by this. By means of these approaches, humanity has been brought in consciousness increasingly nearer to the spiritual centers of love and life, and has been stimulated to make spiritual progress, to awaken to the light within, to unfold the Christ consciousness and find the path of light which leads to divinity. All right, so it looks like we're dealing with hierarchy's approach to certain members of the human family. This steady trend towards increasing relationship has focused itself throughout the historical record by means of certain great registered revelations, the result of these approaches. So a trend is a trend towards increasing relationship with the hierarchy. It used to be a man here or there who would come into touch with hierarchy, and now we have the possibility of a group relationship. Always in moments of crisis and tension, the cry of humanity has evoked response from the hierarchy, which has come sometimes rapidly, sometimes more slowly, but always inevitably. In modern history, two such approaches are recognized as existing on a broad scale, the one which focused through the coming of the Buddha to the Eastern civilization, and that which focused through the Christ coming to the West. Another great approach is now at hand, but its state is dependent upon the activity of the new group of world servers and the spiritual tension which they can achieve. So there's a certain equivalence here. I'm going to try to name it. An equivalence between ingathering, well, maybe it's one word, ingathering, radiation, and these approaches. Because that we are told about a period of radiation at the time of the Buddha and a similar period of radiation at the time of the Christ and a coming period of radiation. So here we're given the approach of the Buddha, the approach of the Christ, and another great approach is at hand. Now, I suppose this will be the return of the Christ with his hierarchy, and it will involve certain great beings working through Shamballa. A major preparatory period to this approach, and that's the approach immediately ahead, took place in 1936. You know, we remember how much along the line of goodwill was attempted, and it was, if I recall the records that I was keeping, it was a time, well, right after the first Great Invocation was released, and also a year in which the second ray was reaching an important period of expression. 1936. It culminated at the time of the full moon of May that year in the worldwide use of the first invocation that I gave you. And now 7 years later, you know, it's 1943 is when this is being offered. Comes the opportunity to carry forward the work then started and to achieve results which may release spiritual tides of forces, and these may turn the tide of battle. Because the battle is still raging, is it not? Even though from the inner side, and apparently the Tibetan knows it, that war has been won. Notice, I want to say that the Wesak festival is so often a moment of culmination. And when we look forward to 2025, we think probably that the period of Wesak will be the moment or the time of the great conclave, however long that conclave lasts. All right. So another opportunity to carry forward the goodwill work. The work then started, and it was largely goodwill work. And to achieve results which may release spiritual tides of forces, and these may turn the tide of battle. Well, DK has not mentioned it, really, has he? But the tide had been turned, and he will mention this later. I refer not here to the battle in the physical sense. The war, from the physical angle is already won, though many months may elapse before the victory in the East and in the West is completely achieved. Now, we don't have that announcement yet. Maybe this is the first time that those words are used directly in what we've been reading. Is this the first time that the Tibetan declares that the war upon the physical plane has been won? Okay. The war from the physical angle is already won. This happened when the sun moved northward in December of 42. Though many months may elapse before the victory in the East and the West is completed, looks like about 24 months, really, and then even up to 27 months in terms of the surrender of Japan. This you realize, but again, paralleling this physical achievement must come a spiritual victory, and this could be described as the gaining of a new spiritual orientation and a new attitude towards God, to express it very simply. So paralleling this physical achievement, a new attitude towards God must emerge, and perhaps did emerge, and but not yet entirely. The gaining of a new spiritual orientation. I know many of the democracies in the West were flooded with Eastern wisdom in the late 60s. I think at the time that the Christ assumed the vestures of the Buddha, and going on in the 70s and part of the 80s, that type of movement, it seems to be somehow epitomized by certain moments. I mean, everybody either remembers Woodstock or somehow has some knowledge of it. And, I was active in California and in Colorado, I think two quite progressive states in those years. And it was a dramatic change, much resisted by the more reactionary and conventionally thinking individuals. And then there was a duality in the country between the young people who supported what we called the consciousness movement and the more conservative and maybe mostly older people. That same kind of thing, that same kind of Geminian split, as far as the United States is concerned, is already shaping up again. And this time, very much in the political field and very much around the question of selfishness and sharing. In reverse, I might point out that the reasons for a measure of failure in 1936 can be traced to two sources. The work was relatively so successful that it called forth a powerful paralleling activity on the part of the forces of evil. These were potent enough to overwhelm temporarily the forces of light and to bring on the war with all of its attendant horrors. So let's call this first. And then secondly, the reasons for some degree of failure. That's it. When one side succeeds, the other side redoubles its effort to neutralize that success. So the work was relatively so successful that it called forth a powerful paralleling activity on the part of the forces of evil. They certainly did push ahead in the late 1930s, 38, 39, the Austrian Anschluss, the capitulation of Czechoslovakia, and finally the actual invasion of Poland, which started the war on a more recognizable official basis. So this happened. The first thing here, giving that measure of failure, he also blames, the disciples of the world. Had they sacrificed more, expended more, cared more, focused more, there might have prevailed the forces of light. Secondly, the new group of world servers, the men and women of goodwill, and the aspirants everywhere relaxed their efforts. They did not hold the tension gained, but slipped back into negligence. The work did not go on, and this in spite of the constant effort of the few, but they were too few. Well, success, counterattack, and the relaxation of requisite tension by those who should have retained the point of tension. When you see the word slipped back, you know there has been a relinquishment of a necessary point of tension. Well, some of us may not have been alive then. It was a long time ago. Maybe you'd have to be about 85 years old today and older, 90, or older, to recognize what was happening. So we just take the Tibetans' word for it. We did not probably witness it directly unless in an earlier incarnation, the incarnated aspects of ourselves. Perhaps some who may listen to this, think about it, read it, will have been disciples at that time, and I'm sure that members of that earlier group are returning into incarnation. A few kept going, but they were too few. Numbers can be important just for continuity. Now again, so in other words, there was success and there was failure, and another great approach, another great ingathering, another period of radiation, opportunity and the possibility of a great approach, and in gathering a period of radiation, which can be the consummation of the work started in 1936. The battle is on, it's 1943, between the forces of light and the forces of evil. It's interesting, that the Tibetan dichotomizes here, and some people have said, well, that's not a spiritual approach. You have to love everybody. But I think you can love everybody and realize that their personalities have fallen under the spell of evil. And we cannot readily predicate evil of the soul and of the causal body, though Moria seems to say that there are some whose lotus is as a dried up, rotten mushroom. He does come up with phrases which are arresting, but there are evil personalities which are failing, personalities which carry negativity, and they've cut off the connection with the soul. Otherwise, they could be educated back into a more positive attitude. So the battle is on between the forces of light and the forces of evil. 7 years later, 1943. I'm thinking that's the year in which I was born, and I'm saying, well, what was my awareness? None at all, at least on the outer plane. And maybe some of us who are older in this work right now were born in the 40s and maybe even in the 30s. and now we're learning what went on behind the scenes during those periods of early childhood. To end this warfare rapidly and with success, leaving a wide open door to a better world, the forces of life must be called in. And that is interesting. Life, not just light and love, but life and will. These must be called in. And let's see how he suggests that this should be done. It is this which is engaging the attention of the hierarchy at this time. Well, we might call this calling upon Shamballa. And there is not yet the connection with Shamballa that there will be, extending from the hierarchy to Shamballa. It's a work in process, and it's certainly by no means completed. I think I should always keep handy this little map, because we see that hierarchy is indeed invoking Shamballa in the present. Shamballa is attempting through various impacts to reach humanity, which is not to say that it is not also attempting to reach hierarchy, and in the future, we don't know how long, there will be these reciprocal interrelationships. So he talks about these relationships so much, I think I should keep, this map a little bit handy. Okay. So the forces of life, and we might say, in a way, in Shamballa, must be called in. For aiding in this endeavor, the Buddha is preparing himself, and we might say the Buddha is in Shamballa, just as the Christ can be, but the Christ seems to work going forth from a somewhat lower vibratory level, though still high in the cosmic ethers. He can enter Shamballa at will, of course, and sit at the symbolical right hand of the Father. For aiding in this endeavor, the Buddha is preparing himself, and for this, the Christ stands ready, focusing in himself the desire of humanity for that life more abundantly which he promised when here before, and for liberation from evil and admission into good. So the Christ is ready to help. We saw that. It impressed me very much when I saw that the Lords of Liberation might not have been reached. At least that's how I interpreted that section, unless the Christ had been ready to really focus the up-reaching invocation of of humanity and the men and women of goodwill and so forth. He really helped there, and we cannot realize what might have happened if he had not helped. That really stood out to me as I was reading here. One of the realizations emerging out of this war is the fact that humanity has now, as a whole, been able to see and grasp more clearly than ever before the nature of evil. Men are recoiling in horror from this display of rampant evil, and even the wicked man is shocked and arrested by the unleashed wickedness which is today stalking the earth. So that realization about evil is good and will help the needed reorientation towards God and good. Well, it's really fascinating that even the wicked individual is appalled by the degree of wickedness there is in the world, and this must mean that some reservoir of good still resides in such a person, until the last drop of goodness is expunged. There's still hope in this planetary scheme and in this solar system for people who have been wicked by every other measure. Even the wicked man is shocked and arrested by the unleashed wickedness which is today stalking the earth. I guess there are degrees of wickedness just as there are degrees of excellence involving approach to the good. So putting it very simply, the hierarchy is today getting ready for a great approach. So this is about the externalization of the hierarchy. So another great approach. The approach has, several parts to it. Minimally, hierarchy is approaching. The Christ is approaching. That's even a greater factor. The Lords of Liberation have done something. Is it an approach? Something pivotal and decisive that the Tibetan will speak of in the later 400s of this book, and the avatar of synthesis and spirit of peace, both extraplanetary beings apparently are part of this approach. And the approach is still on because we are not yet in the age of Aquarius, although the Aquarian energy can be felt taking over the usual Piscean reactions. So hierarchy is getting ready for a great approach. And this will have two results. Number one, it will bring, okay, so let's see what this is. Result number one and result number two. Of the great approaches. So what about result number one? It will bring about a closer relation between those great lives who embody the will of God and are the custodians of the divine purpose, custodians of the will, Nirmanakayas largely. Well, they are also registrants of the purpose. Maybe what we find is that the custodians of the plan exist on the within the higher ranks of hierarchy, and custodians of the will exist within Shamballa. The registrants of the purpose are sort of midway, and they are Nirmanakayas. It will bring about a closer relation between those great lives who embody the will of God and are custodians of the divine purpose, and those who embody the love of God and are the custodians of the immediate plan for humanity. So this will all be a result of the first of an approach of hierarchy to humanity. Yeah. Okay, this relationship can be established at the time of the May full moon, at which time the Buddha will embody in himself the powerful downpouring of energy, the dynamic energy of the divine will. The Christ at the same time will embody the outpouring dominant demand of the spiritual aspiration of mankind, the demand of the hierarchy for the needed aid at this time of crisis. Okay. Let's see. All right. Oh, looks like there's quite a few spelling errors that they've caught me at, And let's just see. I will eliminate this. All right, and go back. Okay. So the first result of a great approach, those who are custodians of the will of God, the love of God, and the immediate plan, all these come into closer relation. All these custodians come into closer relation. Now, the second result, it will also bring about a closer relation between mankind and the hierarchy, which is ever desirable. At the time of the June full moon, the Christ will focus in himself the spiritual energies of the hierarchy, plus the energy which the Buddha distributed at the time of the Wesak festival. That's an interesting point, because that is not so much mentioned, that the Christ will also focus energies distributed by the Buddha. The new group of world servers will focus the spiritual demand for life and liberation, voicing the massed intent for humanity. So the Buddha's energies are also Buddha's energies are also part of the Christ's focusing at the time of the June full moon. So a closer relation is one result of the approaching hierarchy, that approach, okay, and also a closer relation of mankind with the hierarchy. That as hierarchy walks the earth, of course, that type of relation will occur. In both aspects of this one work, if they can be satisfactorily carried forward, then a great release can be sought for. The Lords of Liberation could be successfully invoked, and in fact, this had been done before the sun moved northward. The spirit of peace might appear as the rider from the secret place, or, overshadowing a rider, as we learned later, and the new era of goodwill based upon the will to good might be inaugurated. So this is what could happen if all works as it should work. I say might be inaugurated because, my brothers, the success of all that could happen is dependent upon the work done by you and all men of goodwill, by the religious and spiritually minded people everywhere, and by the world aspirants between the sacred season of May, June. And we can say why might be, and we learn why. All right. Now I think we have, we have actually. We have, by the religious and spiritually minded people everywhere, and by the world aspirants between the sacred season of May and June 1943, and that of 1944. So this is 2 hours and 7 minutes have elapsed. Okay, let's move on a bit here. Esoterically speaking, the work of the hierarchy is to focus the divine will to good as it affects humanity. The work of spiritually minded men is to evoke that will to good on earth through as full an expression as possible of goodwill. All right, that is clear. That is clear. Always, when things work correctly, the will to good can be translated in part into goodwill among human beings. Goodwill, love in action, the blending of the second and third aspects of divinity. It is the goodwill of the masses, focused everywhere through the United Nations, who are fighting for the liberation of mankind, and through the new group of world servers, which is sufficient to invoke the will to good, and only this is adequate. This is an important statement, and one on which I would ask you to ponder. The goodwill of the masses, focused everywhere through the United Nations, who are fighting for the liberation of mankind, and through the new group of world servers, which is sufficient to invoke the will to good, and only this is adequate. So, not the men and women of goodwill alone, not the new group of world servers alone, no, both together. Okay, and he asks us to ponder on this statement, both together and not just one or the other. During the past 6 years, I guess, this is 1943, 1937, I think even before that. During the past 6 years, I have given you 2 stanzas of a great invocation. The third stanza is yet coming. All three stanzas are to be considered as part of one great invocation. The first one ran as follows: let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. So let it be, and help us to do our parts. Quite a difference between the words let and may. The words let are in a way more powerful, and the words may involve supplication. The word let is a fiat, and the word may is more a supplication. This expressed the normal, largely unconscious invocative cry of humanity, though I would say, nevertheless, it rose very high. It summed up in itself the desire of all men everywhere for peace, for goodwill, and cooperation. It was generally popular, and was and still is very widely used. It was fairly easily understood, although, as we remember, the Tibetan gave some explanations which would not be found among the explanations of the non-esotericists looking at it. It was generally popular, it still is. It was fairly easily understood, and its outstanding note was peace. It was used as a prayer by the majority and not as a challenging demand, as had been intended. That's the word let, of course, as indicated by the word let. This fiat, let this happen. Stronger, I think, than the word may. It was used as a prayer by the majority and not as a challenging demand that all this should occur, all this should come forward as was intended. It did not, therefore, prove adequately effective in arresting the onward march of evil. So we see that according to the understanding and the use, even by the disciples of the world, and I suppose by the initiates, it was not sufficient, or maybe it was not sufficient due to the understanding of the average individual using it, and there again, perhaps the responsibility rests with the disciples who may not have educated the individual in the right meaning. It does, however, preserve the form which can and will evoke eventually the spirit of peace. That the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. These invocations are so powerful because they create in the intelligent user a true focused stream of invocation. And, the old saying, where thine eye is single, that means not split, thy whole body shall be filled with light. The single eye can accomplish much. The single beam of invocation, which covers certain words which might otherwise have sort of a disparate and unfocused use, that single beam will be more powerful. So it does, however, preserve the form which can and will evoke, eventually, the spirit of peace. And we do see, indeed, that as time went on, the spirit of peace was evoked into a much more active role. Earlier, we find that the spirit of peace was actually working with the Christ, but not in the enhanced role which it takes within the triangle. This evocation will bring humanity that stimulation and active desire to participate in the expression of goodwill, which will render world peace an effective outcome of wise action and established right human relations. So indeed, the spirit of peace is with us now, and its role, along with that of the avatar of synthesis and of the Buddha, if we think about the Buddha's role while the Christ is reappearing, for many centuries, it is a powerful role. How long will the avatar of synthesis, the spirit of peace, remain as part of the triangle surrounding the Christ? We do not yet know. Just as the great Lord of love and Son of God, the Christ, used as his vehicle and expression on earth the form of the Master Jesus, so this great extraplanetary life, the spirit of peace, can be enabled on a higher turn of the spiral to use as his expression the form of the Christ, the Prince of Peace. So the analogy is complete. Thus his stupendous energies will be stepped down, imagine, through the medium of the Lord of love and become available to the mass of men. And apparently, this is written in 43. Apparently, this began to happen in 1945. The shaping up of the particular triangle we're talking about. A major triangle in preparing for the externalization of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ. I gave you later another stanza of the invocation of great power, which was suited to the conditions of war, a war which proved inevitable, after all, and unavoidable. This last invocation was not so popular and not nearly so easily understood, and for this there was very good reason. It was an invocation intended to evoke the forces of life, just as the previous one invoked the forces of light and love. It's interesting, of course, a deeper journey into occultism would have been required of people to really understand the second of the invocations, but apparently it did contribute to the response of the Lords of Liberation, which is discussed later. It could only be successfully used by disciples, advanced thinkers, and the hierarchy itself. It was, however, given out to the public so as to familiarize them as much as possible with the concepts of liberation and life, and in the effort to anchor upon earth a new point of focus through which life could be made to flow. This effort has not been totally unsuccessful. So here it was used with maybe some degree of success. I think, there's a certain empowerment. I'm sure you feel it when you use this mantra. Let the Lords of Liberation issue forth. Let them bring succor to the sons of men. Let the rider from the secret place come forth, and coming save. Come forth, O Mighty One. It is empowering. But there was a sharing of it with humanity in general, and for the reasons given here by the Tibetan, a focal point to anchor upon earth a new point of focus through which life could be made to flow, a great vitality commanded by the will which sees to the manifestation of the purpose and plan. These are high matters, and they are outside our control, but maybe are within the circle to some extent of our understanding. Now we're still in 1943. At the time of the full moon of May and of June 1943, it will be advisable to use both these invocations and thus to fuse and blend into one united invocation the massed intent of humanity as a whole and the enlightened purpose of the disciples of the hierarchy. I'm trying to think of what kind of invocation could be used to face the abuse which our planet is experiencing at the hands of unconcerned human beings, so selfish that they are not willing to look in an unbiased manner to a period which lies beyond their own short lifespan. So this fusion of the two groups, humanity and hierarchy, may then suffice to sound out such a potent call that life may be released on earth instead of death, and the love of God play its active part in the reconstruction of world affairs. The love of God, and let's just say through Gemini and its powerful second ray. Gemini rules the forces of reconstruction. Okay. If this can be successfully accomplished, two great revelations may then be speeded along their way. So I'll separate this out. So the fusion of the two groups, humanity and hierarchy, it's really important that they come closer and closer together. And even now, closer and closer together. We do need, in the 5 planetary inlets for hierarchical force, we need the members of the hierarchy interacting with humanity. Okay. And how interesting the Tibetans' prophecy that the masters and their initiates and their disciples will be actively sought out for the wisdom of their advice and for their understanding. Okay. So what about this? If this fusion, and let's call it the fusion of hierarchy and humanity, can be successfully accomplished, two great revelations may then be speeded on their way. Number one, a revelation of light and understanding to humanity as a whole, leading them to knowledge and enabling men to see the cause of the present catastrophe, for in that light we shall see light, in the lesser light we shall see a greater light. In that light, humanity will know what to do and how to rectify past errors. So this is the first possibility, a revelation of light and understanding to humanity. If hierarchy and humanity can be fused in the manner spoken of above. Number two, a revelation of life and of life more abundantly as Christ promised on earth. This revelation will give to the thinkers, idealists, true leaders, and disciples working in the world today that spiritual energy which leads to right activity, sound leadership, and inspired and inspiring living. Right. So, light and life. This is what the revelation will consist of if the coming together in fusion, in an act of fusion of hierarchy and humanity becomes possible. Even now, the possibility that they can draw ever closer is with us, and it is needed. It's like the soul infusion which every individual has to experience. So it is with humanity. So such is another of the goals confronting the hierarchy at this time. Such is the will of God for humanity, and such is the intent and purpose of Shamballa. With the massed purpose of the custodians of the will of God and the massed intent of the souls, or when the massed purpose of the custodians of the will of God and the massed intent of the souls of men can be synchronized, then the great approach will become inevitable and the great release will automatically follow. I'm wondering he doesn't seem to, call it the externalization of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ, but then, of course, that decision was not made by 1943, although the Christ was experiencing something very high at that high point of love. So, he shares what hierarchy is trying to do, and in the hope that that will bring humanity closer to the possibility of fusion. I mean, we can consider right now, to what extent are we fused with the overshadowing soul, which is present in each one of us. Maybe there are some few human beings on the planet in whom there is no active angel of the presence at the moment, and there will be later. But for people who are part of intelligent modern humanity, and especially pursuing esotericism, it can be assumed there is an angel of the presence, and there is a necessary infusion process regarding that angel and the human personality, and to what extent is this really occurring? And can it be felt, and can it be noted? There are many internal registrations of which we have to be more certain. All right, now it's just, sort of one chapter after another here, and it involves many of the same players: the hierarchy, the disciples, the idealists among men, the men and women of goodwill, the initiates of the world, of course, and then certain activities about which we can be informed, but we cannot be real players in the engineering of those activities. We can do what we have to do here, and we can count on the unfailing attention of those in high places who are ready to act, who are ready to be evoked when we have done our task. The more we read, the more we study, the more we meditate, the more responsibility falls upon our shoulders. There's no question about that. So here we are, looking forward to the May and June full moon of the year 1943. The immediate task of the new group of world servers is to focus the massed longing, aspiration, desire, and intent of humanity so as to bring about the needed synchronization at the time of the full moon of May and of June this year, and throughout the intervening weeks from the receipt of this communication, as far as you are concerned, until July 1st, approximately. So this takes us into the realm of the Cancerian energy. Much of what DK is giving out now is fairly well timed here, and he knows of the internal energy conditions, and he's asking his disciples to act in accordance. I'm thinking about the divine plan in general. The masters know the cycles, and they know when energy can and should be best applied. That's part of the all knowledge of the third subplane of the atmic plane. Okay, so this is the immediate task. Now, obviously, we're not asked to do that right now, but the way that this is being asked for gives us an idea of how we will be working in the next couple of centuries and more. The Seed Group project, which DK began, let us say, or which was begun in essence in 1925, operates for 275 years, and there will be much of the growth of these saving streams of energy during that time. And when DK again writes, and for certain groups, probably some kind of group that's carrying on his work particularly. He will give specific instructions. We cannot second guess what the master will do, but we know he will keep writing. How he will do it, I've sometimes joked, will he use these word recognition, speech recognition programs? There's one that's called Dragon Naturally Speaking. And I wondered, will it be called Dragon of Wisdom Naturally Speaking? Because every master is a minor dragon of wisdom. Well, the technology, I'm sure, will be taken advantage of, and what was a humongous labor upon Alice Bailey will still be a labor upon whatever amanuensis may be chosen, but the means of getting the information out are much improved. And maybe more can be given. It's hard to say. Okay. So the world servers are to, and the word is focus. Focus. And when it comes to hierarchy, all invocations below the level of hierarchy are to be focused by the hierarchy. So with focusing comes strength and the ability to penetrate. I'm still standing in awe about what the Christ did relative to the Lords of Liberation in helping to deliver that stream of aspiration and longing and really inchoate invocation to the Lords of Liberation. That is a very mysterious evocation, but without it, maybe the masters were correct. Without it, the Second World War would have been lost and the whole project delayed by centuries. Okay, the new group of world servers. The new group of world servers. Okay, new group of world servers. Yeah, I just want to get this correct, right? The colors help things stand out a little bit more clearly, and it can be of use when you use this for study. Now, when will that be? Okay, we'll see. But we do know there is so much to study and assimilate, especially along the second ray line. The idea that the greatest heights of knowledge are striven for, and it's never enough. He talks about this in Esoteric Psychology, Volume 1, where he's discussing in general the way the people on the seven rays operate. Their highest attainments, for those on the second ray, it's never enough, This they must do through their own clear thinking on current matters by the cultivation of a receptive spirit based on a willingness to learn, a readiness to let go, let old preconceptions go, and fixed ideas to disappear under the impact of new truths and new inspiration, and based also on the determination at all costs to recognize truth and presented spiritual developments, a heavy responsibility, RESP, that's why. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering why I don't have responsibility in here, or whether I do. RESP. Responsibility B. Okay, there we go. RESPB. Try at all costs to be as efficient as possible, not having the seventh ray in any appreciable manner except astrologically. I still try to preserve the efficiency if possible. although the glamour of efficiency is coming in under the third ray, interestingly enough. If you go to the glamour books and study the individual glamours around page 120 to 122, right in there, you'll see the glamour of efficiency under the third ray. Okay. So, this is the way the new group of world servers will proceed. And yes, okay, a heavy responsibility, yes, okay. Well, the whole idea of the amount of work required, it can seem, I think, overwhelming, and the degree of seriousness, inner seriousness, which is required of the servers. I'm thinking even of the servers at headquarters when Alice Bailey was the director and the teacher. But I was assured by someone who was there and around that there was quite a sense of humor all the time and a happy attitude. And I suppose that depends on who may be the director, but we do know that with the Gemini kind of quality of Alice Bailey, I'm sure that humor could have been part of it, and Leo there too, at the ascending sign. Well, those are the outer things, but maybe they make the work go a little bit easier as you are bearing down to express the plan. I would ask all of you, therefore, to have an open mind, to redouble your belief in the fact of the spiritual realities, because, at a certain point, what can it be? I mean, we're told about it, but there are realities of which we are informed that we cannot possibly prove for ourselves. To have faith in the will to good or of the divine purpose, and to love your fellow men, and upon the plane of practical affairs and living, to do two things. Okay, so he's asking us, therefore, several things. Can we do these things? To have an open mind, redouble your belief in the fact of the spiritual realities. It's faith, the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen, we might say. To have faith is coming in quite a bit. Faith, belief in the will to good of the divine purpose. He keeps on advising how we can behave, and I suppose under the kind of pressure to which these students were subjected, some kind of encouragement is so needed. Now, obviously, these pamphlets, these articles went out to many more people than some kind of faithful headquarters group, but I think the upliftment is very important, to have faith in the will to good of the divine purpose. That's an interesting phrase, isn't it? The will to good of the divine purpose. Think about that for a minute. When the divine purpose is being expressed, I've always said about purpose that it has a second ray component within its first ray nature, and I think of that also about the will to good. When it comes to the will to be, I think it's more the first ray through and through. And to love your fellow men. I mean, we could just take what's in this little section, go away for a week or two, meditate with ourselves, and see where we stand with these factors. We can keep reading about things, but obviously they have to be taken into pondering. They have to be taken into deep meditation. And upon the plane of practical affairs and living, do two things. So let me carry, okay, now I'm really hoping okay, carry forward your due share in this physical plane war, aiding the armed forces of the United States to wage war to a successful finish, knowing that there are spiritual realities for which it is worth dying if need be, and that war on evil can be waged without hate and with right purpose. That is so important. See, war without hate, skillful engaging in the art of war, in the martial arts, without hate. That is the thing. Maybe that can be done especially by the first ray type. Maybe once the sixth ray is introduced, hatred may accompany aggressive action. That would have to be eliminated. And secondly, okay, plan at the same time for those practical measures. So carry forward your due share in this physical plane war. You know, there are people who got out there and they did things on the physical plane which were needed, and it helped. I'm thinking particularly of what went on in the United Kingdom and in England that one may know a little bit about. Secondly, plan at the same time for those practical measures which, after the war is over, will aid the period of reconstruction and help rehabilitate humanity and lead to a saner and a better way of life, of living. So help now and plan for the coming time when the forces of light will prevail. And every time now, from 1943 onward, when he says the forces of light will prevail, have prevailed, we know he knows something about what the lords of liberation have done and what its effect might be. He chooses not to talk about it right now. It seems that he's aware of the Manhattan Project and the fifth ray striving towards the completion of the atomic bomb in New Mexico. I lived there in Santa Fe for quite a number of years, and we did go, I think we went down to Alamogordo where there was the dropping of the test atomic bomb, and I'm trying to think, immediately north there was the city where the research was being done, and I can't think of the name of it right now. It'll come. So a little bit of research reminds me that it was Los Alamos, and there were other research centers in the United States, two others, but Los Alamos was the main one. In those days, I suppose it was figured that New Mexico was so sparsely populated that this kind of work could be carried forward. I don't think there's any more open-air testing the way there was in those days, because the results could prove, or were shown to prove, very lethal to some, including stock animals in the vicinity and so forth. But it's very interesting to visit Los Alamos and to sort of see retrospectively the research facility where people gathered, scientists of high rank, and Robert Oppenheimer, who was directing the process, and a general, I think he was Leslie, Sheridan. I'm not sure, but anyway, it can be found. And films have been made about the process and the sacrifices undergone to do that. That was the group of people from the fifth ray ashram that was strengthened by the actions of the Lords of Liberation, so that that kind of destructiveness would not be employed by those who represented the forces of materialism. And that was successful. But now we have a situation where so many countries are finding their way to have the atomic bomb. And this explosion about which DK spoke, from living in an armed camp, this has to be avoided. And as I said, well, Foster Bailey would have been aware, of course, of that introduction to the first volume of the Problems of Humanity. And when he said that the master assured him that there would be no atomic war, let's hope that did occur and that the master had reason for saying so. Okay, DK goes on. I would ask you also to take those measures in your individual life and in your environment, wherever possible, which may help make the work to be done at the time of the full moon in May and June successful. To use both invocations constantly, do not use them as prayers or employing the energy of desire, but as great challenging demands, employing the power of the will as you can muster it and focus it at a point of tension. Well, more and more this is being done, and now we have the ability to focus a group all over the world at the exact time of the full moon. And people do gather in person as well, of course. Use the invocations constantly and don't use them as prayers, but as great challenging demands. Okay. We always have to remember that, because it's easy for the human being to slip into the mode of prayer, hopefulness, longing, and so forth. But how do we muster the will? By, having a great point of tension, which is the focusing of the will, focused, immovable will, and working at a great deflective and penetrating point of tension. A point of tension can do a number of things, but two things it can do. It can deflect lesser contacts and tensions, and it can penetrate into new areas of revelation and of energy access. At the time of the full moon, gather people together for an act of fusion and cooperation, thus aiding humanity in throwing your small individual effort behind that of the hierarchy. And of course, the Lucis Trust has always done this, or the Lucis Trust has done this, and the groups which derived from the LT have also done this. So everywhere all over the world, there are groups now gathered at the time of the full moon, in person or meditatively over the net, which can be, I think, very effective too, because, there just is no reality to geographical space once a certain point of tension in meditation has been reached. I would ask you to recognize that as a part of the new group of world servers and as a person of goodwill, you can act as a mediating factor between humanity and hierarchy, bridging the gap between the mass of men stunned by suffering and blind with higher issues and inert, and the spiritual group which is seeking so earnestly to bring them help and life. So this is, what can I call it? If there is such a word, the call to intermediaryship, and probably there is no word like that, but to be an intermediary. So I'm just using it as kind of a word that gives an idea, to stand between the inert masses and as rajas, to stand between tamas and sattva. So you can act as a mediating factor at the time of the full moon. And you can stand between the inert masses. They are activated in many ways, but they are activated within the hall of ignorance, little suspecting the imminence of God. So, bridging and the spiritual group trying to bring them help. I guess we must never forget our role as a bridge, just as hierarchy does not forget that between Shamballa and humanity, it mediates. And Alice Bailey thought of a lot of her work as mediatorship, really. And that's why I think she thought she might have a Pisces ascendant, but it was pretty well concluded that it was Leo. I would have you use with all the power which in you lies the creative imagination as you endeavor to do this, and to believe that the sincerity of your purpose and the love of your hearts can and will help make possible the great approach, and so hasten the great release. So, in fact, we would be working. This is what he's calling it. We are working for the, externalization of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ. We are doing that. And belief is so very important. If we are always challenging ourselves with doubt, we vitiate the energies that otherwise might be working through us. That painting of the saint praying, but the little black serpent of doubt is biting his heel. Now, it's kind of a reference as well to the point of vulnerability, the Achilles heel of that person of faith. We want to so touch these higher energies that the conviction of faith always stays with us and sustains the touch with that which is normally considered invisible and inaccessible. Occasionally we might touch something and then have to withdraw to a faithful position, but in faith we are actually touching. We have the evidence. We have the substantial evidence, substance and evidence. I would have you, from the time you receive this communication, think deeply on what I have said, to walk silently in the light of your souls, to radiate love and to seek clarity of vision, and then, when needed, to speak to others with power and understanding. So this is, the kind of behavior which Master DK expects of us, even now. Even now. The great project is far from over, and the danger is far from past. He warned us about the man who swept his house clean of the devils only to have more return. That's put into the Bible in different ways, but the idea is you may clean up, but you may neglect what you've done, and then you'll be in worse condition than you were before. I would finally have you realize that in the work now being done, and as a result of the great approach of hierarchy and the Christ, you can aid in the focusing or anchoring of the new world religion, that universal religion which will be founded on all the past, which will consummate the work of the Christ, and which will open up a fresh stretch, if I may use such an expression, upon the path of light which leads to God. You can participate in that, and that is his segue into the next section, which he is going to be describing. There were 3 points, I think. Now I go backwards and see what I can find. And maybe there it is. So, the work of the hierarchy, we've looked at that. We've looked at the task of the new group of world servers today, and now we're looking at the new world religion and its spiritual future. This is, he never did write a book particularly on the new world religion, but these lengthy articles will serve for an expansion on the subject. So far then, we have 3 hours and 2 minutes have passed. I'm trying at the moment to do these longer programs. Sometimes my other duties prevent me from plowing on ahead like this. But I think in the long run, this will save time, though if anybody's involved in transcription, which I don't know whether it's necessary with respect to a book like this, but it is a little daunting, I've been told, to face 5 hours of discussion. Of course, a lot of it is the repetition of Master DK's words, thank goodness. But then whatever words are of value, which I might contribute, they have to be put down too. And it's onerous, I realize that. Okay, the new world religion. All past divine revelations have brought humanity to the point where, spiritually speaking, man's essential divinity is theologically recognized, where the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God are recognized ideals, and where science has demonstrated the fact of an unfolding purpose and the existence of a fundamental intelligent agent behind all phenomena. Well, I guess if we study, maybe the evolution of forms, and see the increasing refinement of the forms, we get the idea that there is progress in the usefulness and beautification of the form. I mean, in earlier days, maybe we can be reminded by seeing crocodiles and alligators and other kinds of animals who are sufficiently vestigial to remind us of a cruder time. We can see something about the quality of the forms in ancient days and how they will become more refined as evolution proceeds. Equal, that is, to the kind of consciousness which is engineering the outer transformation. Because according to the consciousness, so will the form be created for its inhabitant, the conscious unit. Okay, so theologically recognized, yes, that much has happened, and of course you can get lost in theology and never really touch the essence of what you're talking about. And recognize, and yes, idealism has been there. And when we idealize, are we really necessarily touching that about which we think idealistically? Well, certainly not always. And we have the idea of intelligent design. You know, that was brought out by the church fairly recently, Catholic Church, and so many people protested against it. You know. And I think Stephen Hawking recently died, but did he have a book in process or a book that was completed saying there is no God? Okay, well, so much depends on how we define these things, and some people are deeply offended by the thought of a creator behind the evolutionary changes that occur. I don't understand that myself, why they should be behind that. I think there's some deep psychological issues for people who really oppose these things. And probably it goes with certain ray types. We all know that when so many people have said, "Oh, I'm married to a fifth ray type," this person doesn't believe a thing that I believe in. You know, that inborn skepticism of the fifth ray. But when the evidence is there, then there will be convinced belief based upon factual observation and experimentation. So there's a great deal of honesty involved with that ray. In any case, the rejection of the helpful beliefs in what is really there happens sometimes along ray lines too. Step by step, man has been led through prayer, the voice of desire, through worship, the recognition of deity, through affirmation of the fact of human identity of nature with the divine, through affirmation of the fact of human identity of nature with the divine, to a belief in the divinity of man. So step by step, we have refined our registration of what divinity really is. And instead of just talking about it, we begin actually to experience the evidences of divinity within our nature. Orthodox religion emphasizes the divinity of Christ, and he himself has told us, and the New Testament in many places emphasizes it, that we also are divine, all of us are the sons of God, and that as he is, so are we in this world, and that we are able to do still greater things in the future, of course, than Christ did, because he has shown us how. Such is the religious background of the spiritual thinking of the world. Now that is spiritual. There is also, some perversion of that we call the conviction of sin. And people don't really see, that they are holding contradictory positions. They pretty well believe every word they encounter in the Christian Bible, but they don't note the contradiction that we cannot be born in sin and hopelessly damned unless we accept Christ, on the one hand, and on the other hand, that we are essentially divine and will do greater things than I do, will you do. And they hold the contradictory positions, and they don't see the contradiction. Of course, a certain synthesis of understanding of the entire book or related documents has to be under the eye in order to note, oh goodness, here is a contradiction. How can I maintain this contradiction and have mental integrity? And then the mind begins to wiggle and try to find ways to do both, because we human beings were so frightened that we don't want to look ahead in the anticipation that something even better will arise, and we don't believe in the continuity of revelation. The Christ has come, Jesus has come, that's it. Muhammad has come, that's it. And no idea that there can be a continuance of the revelation of greater and greater light, which really is a testimony to the acknowledgement of our incapacity and a great doubt about ourselves, and just the fear reaction. I might not be saved, let's say. I might not go to paradise. Whoever I is, if I begin to believe these strange doctrines, So, but scientific discovery has to show, let us say, that survival of the body is a fact, and later that reincarnation is a fact. That will be one of the areas of study of the scientific seed group. And when that starts to come, then science will take an equal place with a revelation that came long ago, and we can begin to see what's been omitted and what's been forged and deliberately left out. Blavatsky is wonderful for pointing out forgeries along the way in the Christian doctrine. And why do people forge? Because they don't want to allow the clear thinking of the masses, and they might lose their control and their place. So it all comes down to some kind of selfish motive in the long run. Therefore, taking our stand on these truths, acknowledging the fact of our divinity, and recognizing the glory of all past revelations and the still more glorious promise of the future, that's where people seem to draw the line, we can begin to realize that the time has now come for the presentation of a new step in this unfolding revelation. Well, you have to be a little bit free within yourself to recognize that the future, the very uncertain future, may be and probably is better than the past. As Master Moria tells us, for us there's only the new, and he is identified very much with his day of remembrance in Aries, March 24th, where if you think of that sign, it's always plunging into the new. It's not looking backwards per se. So we have to find those statements in the Bible that really reinforce the occult point of view, and we can argue our point and say, how can all of this negativity about what man is take place side by side with the indications of a great future? Well, people will come along and they'll say, well, if you believe in Christ, then you will have a great future, and not otherwise. So the lower mind will do everything it can to protect its fearful position. We can realize that our past programs of prayer, worship, and affirmation, the new religion of invocation and evocation can be added, in which man will begin to use his divine power and come into closer touch with the spiritual sources of life. We can realize these possibilities. It could be a very joyous thing, but the idea that man is born and conceived in sin and Old Adam will lead you to hell unless you accept the Savior. Well, it's just a power play, really. And it's a kind of an interpretation coming out of very limited concrete minds. But of course, in the Inquisition, they would kill you if you deviated from those very narrow and fragmentary points of view. Thus, people try to drive away the fear that they so insistently feel. And they do this by ironclad dogma, which has to be defended by the sword. We can only hope that this does not happen. There's a lot of, again, that is, there are many people who still have this attitude, and if they were in power, we would have a revisitation of all the horrors of the Inquisition and other persecutory moments. What a struggle it was in England, let us say, to make the transition from Catholicism to Protestantism. Protestantism was the great enemy of the Catholics in those days, and the Counter-Reformation arose in contradistinction to the Reformation, and wars were fought over centuries between the adherents of these two ways of understanding the Christ, his doctrine, and reality in general. You just wonder how we can be so stupid, but we have to go through the phases of stupidity before we awaken, as the age of reason helped us awaken to the narrowness of our points of view. The new form of the one religion will be, in fact, the religion of great approaches. Approaches between mankind and the great spiritual centers which operate behind the scenes, between groups of workers on the physical plane and in the three worlds of human evolution, and spiritual groups upon the inner planes, such as ashrams of the masters, and the egoic groups with which all human beings are in subjective, though usually unknown relation. Turn to page 39 of the Letters on Occult Meditation, and you will see these groups. As a matter of fact, why don't I just do that? I'm going to do that book, at least offer my thoughts on it. What else can one do until, one really is a master? But I'll show you what I mean. If we go to Letters on Occult Meditation, and we do go to page 39, and we're going to see, Letters on Occult Meditation. We're going to see these egoic groups, aren't we? There they are. One of my favorite pages. Leading up to the 7 great groups, it's, sort of beyond ego on the monadic plane. And then I would say 3 greater groups on the logoic plane. And somehow, when we descend onto the lower planes, we are affiliated with these various groups, and we can be said to have membership. Some of these groups are going to be on very high levels, and until we are really monadically focused, we will not be able to appreciate our membership. The 3rd subplane of the Buddhic plane, yes, we can touch it, but not the 1st subplane, and not the atomic plane of the atmic plane, and not yet consciously the monadic plane, whatever subplane we may be on in that respect. All of these positions are real, but we have to use them to discern the energies that we are supposed to be applying in our particular approach to assisting with the divine plan. Well, we'll get clearer and clearer on these energy configurations. The new religion will be one of invocation and evocation, very Mercurian in that respect, of bringing together great spiritual energies and then stepping them down for the benefiting and the stimulation of the masses. So, what did you touch? Well, even in the Hindu religion where it discusses samadhi, there are different types of samadhi, different elevations of the nirvanas and so forth. Maybe the concrete mind is getting into too much hair splitting at that point. But already in certain of the advanced areas of various religions, the idea of touching something higher which descends transformationally into lower vibrational areas is a pursued method. The work of the new religion will be the distribution of spiritual energy and the protecting of humanity from energies and forces which they are not at the particular time fitted to receive. This is a very interesting statement. Some of those energies are high, some are very low. We're not supposed to come in touch with the sixth and seventh subplanes of the astral plane, let us say, but also if we come in touch prematurely, we've talked about prematurity and the difficulties of prematurity in relation to occultism. So it's not only, the idea lead us not into temptation is not only about low things, it's about high things. If you want to, it's a temptation to wish that you were a god and to constantly do those things that you think will make you into a god. I think the Roman emperors suffered a lot from that, but they just assumed they were gods or demigods. So DK gives areas concerned with low vibration, which we must avoid, and those concerned with the higher vibration as well. So this is very important, the work of the New World religion. In the age of Aquarius, of course, the distribution of spiritual energy will be undertaken in a scientific way and protecting. So its distribution is one of the factors, and protecting is another. And we protect from exposure to what would, as they say colloquially, fry our energy system. You've seen fried circuits. I'm going back and forth between Europe and the United States. I brought some earlier equipment which was only suitable for the United States. And then when a mistaken plug-in happened, wouldn't be long before you begin to smell that electrical fire, which had just destroyed your machine because there was a greater kind of voltage in Europe. You'd think that one would be forewarned and forearmed and never do it again, but I had to do it a few times before I developed the caution to make sure that I was not plugging my American machine into a circuit that would certainly destroy it. So, when we want to talk about the New World religion to people, we really have to know what its advantages are. There's a whole acceptance of a worldview that people will retreat from in fear and trembling because they are afraid that it will deny them salvation and condemn them to eternal hellfire. A very, very crude doctrine, and DK looks on at Calvinism and what John Calvin had suggested about the predetermination of the elect of God, and he calls it, DK calls it, a damnable doctrine. It pretty well removes all incentive to do good because God has decided whether you're damned or saved. It is a problem, and how people much afflicted exclusively by the thinking of the concrete mind can hang on to those things and not want to improve their state of mind and their consciousness. Well, there must come a moment when finally they make the switch, and what is it that will cause that? That's the question. A little careful thought, says DK, will show you how, at the coming full moon festivals, these thoughts are present. The protection and liberation of humanity and the stimulation of mankind through the distribution and transference of spiritual energy so that the right steps can be taken in any given period, leading mankind out of darkness into light, from death to immortality, and from the unreal to the real. And you know what a DK is great at extended sentences, but they are well crafted and they carry a lot. So this is one of those. So what is the little careful thought will show you how at the coming full moon festivals the thoughts of protection and of distribution are active, and this will be the case as well at the coming full moons. It will characterize the new religion, but at the coming full moons it will be important. So these are present. These two factors of protection and distribution. And here the factor of liberation is given. Now this is really a wonderful sentence, and I think we'll have to read it again here, of course. And I'll just have to make it big, of course, because it's got to stand out, for anybody that may find themselves reading this again. The protection and liberation of humanity and the stimulation of mankind through the distribution, obviously right distribution, and the transference of spiritual energy so that the right steps can be taken in any given period. And you have to know what time it is in the cycle, don't you? Otherwise you can't apply the correct energy. Leading mankind out of darkness into light, from death to immortality, and from the unreal to the real. So the way the sequence usually is, lead us from darkness to light, from the unreal to the real, from death to immortality, then onward from chaos to beauty, and from the individual to the universal. 5 lead us. Well, I wonder, if they maybe apply to the 5 initiations in some way. I think so. I think you can make a case for the application of darkness to light. Obviously light is always increasing, but for the first degree, and from the unreal to the real, overcoming glamour at the second degree, and from death to immortality, knowing what the monad is at the third degree, and from chaos to the beauty of the monadic life and archetypes at the fourth degree. The real, as apprehended by the intuition, and from the individual to the universal, when the oneness of things in isolated unity really dawns upon the consciousness. So I think, in a way, the 5 initiations there, first 5 initiations are contained in those words. I would have you, therefore, add to your mental and spiritual activity the recognition that you are participating in the task of anchoring the basic tenets of the New World religion, the flower and fruition of the past, and the hope of the future. And, humanity is basically a religious kingdom. It wants to tie itself again to the realities. And we have to understand that the regeneration of religion, especially as we're passing out of a 6th ray age, is of the utmost importance. And so many of the vile things that happen are done in the name of God and of religion. So if you combine the 1st ray and the sixth ray and the manipulative third ray, you can have a real problem. Well, so we want to really regenerate the religious approach and make it under Aquarius and the fifth ray a scientific religion without taking away any of the beauty of it, maybe adding beauty to it. Sometimes we think that unless we can approach God with sentimentality and with tears, that we're not really approaching God. But a new and better kind of approach for an increasingly mentally focused humanity is important. I don't say mentally polarized yet, because that polarization occurs kind of at a midway point between the second and third initiation, where people in general are not found, but I do say an increasing mental focus. More along this line I may not write at this time. I guess, regarding the New World religion, we would have to do the search, but in the problems of humanity, there are chapters. There are chapters on capital and labor, which deal with money. There's a chapter, I think, that deals with the New World religion. I don't know if it comes under that name or not, but I think it's there. We just have to gather all these things together and maybe study topically, because a lot, you can study horizontally like we're doing right now. It's very good because it preserves the context, but then to study topically, new arcs of light are created. So I have in mind, the work, the topical study of the will and of Shamballa. It'd be a long programs, many programs, and we'd be working in areas that are certainly outside our expertise. But we have to think about these things. Whether we're correct or incorrect at first, our ideas, if incorrect, will be adjusted. So we have to at least begin to think. More along this line I may not write at this time. Later I will elaborate for you the greater and the lesser festivals of the spiritual year, as they will gradually supersede the festivals of the present world religions in the East and in the West. So see the reappearance of the Christ. The Tibetan wrote many things that really stand out as books, but others more as articles and pamphlets, and they had to be gathered together. Much that you have learned and gradually absorbed will then be seen fitting into the general spiritual plan, and you will find that the spiritual year is divided into two periods, symbolic of spirit and matter, the higher interlude and the lower, and the movement of the sun. Yes, the period in which the sun moves northward and the period when it travels on the southern way. Well, here, in the northern hemisphere, when the Tropic of Cancer is reached at the Cancerian solstice, the sun is getting ready to travel southward to the Tropic of Capricorn, and sort of the lowest point at which the sun registers relative to the equator of Earth and relative to the plane of the ecliptic. The period in which the sun moves northward, and that happens at the Capricorn solstice, and the period when it travels the southern way. You will find that the month divides itself into two periods likewise, that of the waxing and the waning moon, and you will find the future emphasis laid throughout the world upon the Easter festival, the festival of the risen Christ, upon the Wesak festival, the festival of the Buddha, or of illumination, and the June full moon, the festival of unification, another name carried forward by the Christ, the master of all the masters, and the teacher alike of angels and of men. So these are the movements, astronomical movements, pretty close in really, and they have everything to do with how we relate to energy and absorb it and distribute it. So the month too divides itself into two periods, that of the waxing and the waning moon. And I guess hierarchy from the time of the new moon considers it to be the waxing moon, and from the time of the full moon considers it to be the waning moon, and they uphold those rhythms and the coming festivals, even though, well, we're told the festival of Good Friday is fading out. Maybe it's got too much of an emphasis upon the dead rather than the living Christ, or the suffering of Master Jesus rather than the risen Christ. For whatever reason, it's fading out. But then we're also told that the Wesak festival is fading out. And I think there was a hint earlier that the Christ would be taking up some position with respect to the Wesak festival when the Buddha ceased doing so. And I can't help but think that increasing responsibility will fall upon the new group of world servers, because they are ruled by Taurus, just the way the Buddha is. Well, we have to work very hard to see that that there is a absorption of the new ideas about religion. Now there, because it has so much presently of an emotional charge, whereas science does not, usually, and hence is closer to the soul, there'll be a lot of battles about conceptions in religion. Already, if you look on the internet, you're going to find people of the old persuasion demonizing Alice Bailey and certainly the Tibetan, and they will be looked upon as, of the devil, of Satan, and all the rest of the nonsense. And this is simply because of the limitations of the concrete mind of man, combined with the fear of the astral body, or fear rooted in the astral body. We have to help humanity disabuse itself of the fear, and a lot of that has to do with knowing really where hell is located and what it is, a temporary state of experience in which some kind of regeneration through a kind of purgatory, as the Catholics present it, can be experienced, and then an increasing experience upon the higher levels of the astral plane. The whole planar structure in the constitution of man must be understood, and well, we deal with it so much and so often that we take it for granted, but this is totally a terra incognita when it comes to the people who are absorbed in the orthodoxy of any particular faith. Today, however, I seek to focus your attention upon the immediate task of cooperation with the hierarchy and strengthen you to play your part in world salvage. Well, many things are coming up, but first things first, this is what he wants us to focus on. And even today, how could one not admit that this is needed? Yes, we do work on the full moons, and we obey some of the rhythms, and we pass on to the sensitive intelligentsia the possibilities, and are somewhat believed, and they are willing to take these as a hypothesis, but there are still simply issues regarding right human relations, wrong human relations, and the direction which humanity will take under the continuing subtle attack of the Black Lodge. Now, we're going to start a new section. We've done maybe about here 3 hours and and 40 minutes. Okay. And this will also be on the New World Religion. Yeah. Let's see how far we are. We're on page 402. And 3 hours and 2 minutes have passed. And I think we began on 387, did we not? Uh-huh. Well, I'm going to do my best to find it. Well, I think maybe this would be program 38, and that's 383 to 387, isn't it? Because it's a short one that was taking a long time to convert. And here we go, 387, yeah, to 402. Okay, so in the entire book. So 387 to 402, roughly 15 pages. We still have an hour and 20 minutes to go if we want a 5-hour program. And I realize, that if one really studies along with such a program, it's going to take quite a while. But then sometimes I would like to ask people what necessarily better thing do they have to do, at least with some of their time, than study the great gift of a messenger of the hierarchy. So this will be page 387 to 402, and we'll be dealing with the New World Religion in just a little while. Okay, now we are going on. The last little section was also called the New World Religion, and this is as well from April 43, and now we're in May 43. He had us looking towards May and June 43 as a kind of a combined festival during which much would be possible. In the first part of my message under this title, okay, first part, this is part 2, so we'll put that in, part 2. I had much to say about the form into which the great world religions in the East and in the West have crystallized, and its consequent deterioration. It will be essential, therefore, to look at and appreciate the fundamental truths which that form has preserved even whilst hiding them, as in Masonry, he says the truth is safely embalmed in the Masonic ritual. It will be valuable for us to realize that within the churches, men of God and disciples of the Christ have ever worked, labored, and suffered, I guess because suffered indeed, partially because of the orthodoxy and the strictures, not scriptures, but strictures. They have seen and agonized over the distortions and the misrepresentations. They have been hindered by the organization, oft despised by the theologians, and have maintained and have remained simple in the midst of learning. Maybe John the 23rd was a good example of that. Simplicity in the midst of all of the possible theological complexity. They have been loving and universal in their individual consciousness among the separative and fanatical. They are the glory of the church, oft hated when alive and oft canonized after death. One thinks about Joan of Arc here. I'm thinking of Origen too, however that's pronounced, in the early centuries AD, a very learned pope. But one who knew the essence of things. Their glory lies in the fact that they testify to the progress of the spiritual man and express in fullness what is in every evolving man. They are the flower of evolution and the tried representatives of God. In the indictment of the churches given earlier, let us not forget the Christians found within those churches, true Christians. So let's call this true disciples within the church. And this is hardly an indictment. This is a statement affirming their value. So they have suffered much within it. I'm sure DK knows those of whom he speaks, persecuted and then canonized later. But the form has deteriorated, crystallized. The great world religions in the East and West, the form into which the great world religions in the East and West have crystallized, and the deterioration of that form. DK even refers to the dogmatism of Buddhism, and here he is a major proponent of Buddhism as the abbot of a particular monastery. Okay, so this is the second part of his message on the new world religion, and the word that stands out to me is Christians. Really, true Christians within the church. What does that say of the others? They are within the church, but they are not really followers of the Christ. And indeed, there have been evil, materialistic people within the church, and well, in the process of the house cleaning and of the political and church organizations that is taking place presently, 2019, we see many people who have succumbed to, I guess you have to call it sin, and have not been able to keep their mind high, and they have been tempted and lured and succumbed and supported some kind of way of life that could hardly be sanctioned or approved of. Well, that's part of the house cleaning, and it is inevitable, and it comes in under Pluto. Pluto casts out the filth, the dirt, that which is at the bottom of the aura. It eliminates it, and in that way it's a healer. So many unsavory things are coming to light, both in the political arena and the church arena, the whole, Me Too movement, the aggression, the assault, the rape, and all of that, mostly perpetrated by those who are in the male body, but also by females. All of that has to be cleaned away, otherwise it will preoccupy the attention of those who have to think in a higher way in regard to the Christ and his hierarchy and human potential. I would remind you that I write as one who believes in the great spiritual realities, yes, and even beyond his own contact with them, but certainly he has contacted many spiritual realities on the cosmic physical plane, one who believes in the great spiritual realities and who regards the unfolding spirit of man as the unshatterable evidence of the existence of the one in whom we live and have our being. Well, he is an experienced disciple, and he did not at this time reveal by name which disciple he was, or whether he was a master. He wanted everything taken on the basis of what he had written and not on the basis of some kind of reputation, which the gullible seem to exalt. I speak as one who believes in and loves the Christ, and who knows him to be the master of all masters, and the teacher alike of angels and of men. Well, he has talked about, interesting, my master, the Christ. I've seen a couple of references that way, but usually, his master is considered to be the master Kutumi, who will be holding that position of the Christ in the age of Capricorn, it looks like. I speak as one who believes in and loves the Christ and who knows him to be the master of all the masters and the teacher alike of angels and of men. I am one who looks to the Christ as the supreme expression of divinity upon earth and who knows the extent of his sacrificial work for humanity, the wonder and the revelation which he brought, the imminence of his return, and of his coming assumption of spiritual rule in the hearts of men everywhere. It's a beautiful paragraph. I feel like sending this to some people I've been working with who are trying to make the transition from Orthodox Christianity to something that gives credit to the esoteric understanding. I know that he has no pleasure in the great stone temples which man has built whilst his people are left without practical guidance or reasonable light upon their affairs. And I know too that he feels with an aching heart that the simplicity which he taught and the simple way to God which he emphasized have disappeared in the fogs of theology and the discussions of churchmen throughout the centuries. I know that he realizes that the words he spoke have been lost in the labyrinths of the ecclesiastical minds which have sought to interpret them, and that the simple teaching of the approach to God which he taught has been superseded by the pomp and ceremony of elaborate rituals. What a fantastic paragraph, and defining really the relationship of the Tibetan to the Great Lord. To sum up, because of the divergences of the many exoteric faiths, the multiplicity of the sects and cults in both the Orient and Occident, and the quarrels of theologians over words, phrases, and interpretations, the sons of God in process of development are left without the needed help to contact the Christ and his great group of disciples, the spiritual leaders of humanity. The way to the Christ, the living, loving expression of God, is not made clear to the seeker. Together, the two great sons of God present to mankind, the one in the East and the other in the West, a complete and perfect representation of deity. By their lives and words, they guarantee to man the possibility always latent in the human spirit. Well, that is an indictment of theology, and it's possible that much pride accompanies the theological interpretations brought forward. Today, the Christ and the Buddha wait until the hour strikes. Then their united effort, plus the invocative appeal of all who truly know and truly love, will bring humanity the new revelation for which they wait. The New World religion must be based upon those truths which have stood the test of the ages. This I said elsewhere and enumerated 4 of these truths. The fact of God, man's relationship to God, points 1 and 2, the fact of immortality and eternal persistence, and 4, the continuity of revelation and the divine approaches. These 4 facts are basic realities and truths which have conditioned the masses of men for eons. Human unhappiness is founded primarily upon man's inability to live fully in the consciousness of these 4 fundamental realizations, but they are steadily taking shape in human thinking, and for them, the United Nations fights. And then he goes on to 2 more as well. Okay, so these are wonderful paragraphs, and I just took a moment to send them out to some of the students with whom I'm working, as I said, who are trying to make the transition. And, if you find such students and you want to work with them, don't forget the wonderful book by Alice Bailey, From Bethlehem to Calvary. It's very useful in helping the average Christian to understand the relationship of Christianity to the system of initiation or initiations promoted by spiritual occultism. Today, the Christ and the Buddha wait until the hour strikes. Then their united effort, plus the invocative appeal of all who truly know and truly love, will bring humanity the new revelation for which they wait. And it seems to me, let me find my little blue bracket here, otherwise I'll be putting in whole paragraphs. This will probably occur during the age of Aquarius. The Buddha maintains his position in that triangle, we assume, for a long time, along with the spirit of peace, and the avatar of synthesis, and the Christ is the one who specifically is working on the physical plane. If you just even pause to think of it for a moment, it's just extraordinary what lies before him. He had to deal with a small group of Hebrews when he was working last time, and really only publicly for 3 years, a 3-year ministry, although he was active with the initiate Jesus before that. And now we think of 2,000 years of presence when every eye shall see him. And I suppose when many attempts will be made to negate the work he seeks to do, but with his hierarchy and supported by those great beings and supported by Sanat Kumara, who has given the permission for this to occur, well, I think he will prevail in ways that we cannot really imagine. The New World religion must be based upon those truths which have stood the test of ages. This I said elsewhere, he says, and enumerated those truths. The fact of God. Fact, I assert the fact of God. Man's relationship to God, finally, occultly as a tiny cell, a tiny unit within the expression of the planetary logos. And then, of course, which God are we speaking of? The solar logos? Man takes on an even smaller presence. Number 3, the fact of immortality and eternal persistence, without beginning, without end. That may be philosophically difficult for some. Number 4, the continuity of revelation and the divine approaches. There is no way the concrete mind can settle upon a final revelation. There is no final revelation in an absolutely infinite post-prolaic deity. And then the divine approach is needed when new aspects of divinity have to be offered to humanity or to any other hierarchy which is coming into expression. As you know, these creative hierarchies, some of them are filled with very exalted beings, but they're still minuscule when compared with still greater beings, and they need the contact always from above, the great chain of hierarchy, one hand above, one hand below. These four facts are basic realities. Well, let me just say that here we are, this is, sorry, 4 hours have passed. Okay, and we'll, try to make this a 5-hour program. I just almost don't dare try to make it 6 or something like that. Right now, my machine is, it has decided that it really doesn't want to work forward. And I've been doing a 1-hour program, converting it for hours and hours and hours. Something's wrong, but I just hope, I hope I don't suffer the loss of the program. Anyway, these 4 facts are basic realities and truths which have conditioned the masses of men for eons. Let's look at them once again. The fact of God, man's relationship to God, the fact of immortality and eternal persistence, the continuity of revelation, and the divine approaches. Remember the boundless, immutable principle. You do not place a boundary upon the ultimate reality, which is the boundless, immutable principle as presented in the secret doctrine. So these 4 facts are basic realities and truths which have conditioned the masses of men for eons. Human unhappiness is found primarily upon man's inability to live fully in the consciousness of these 4 fundamental realizations, but they are steadily taking shape in human thinking, and for them, the United Nations fights. Well, here we are, May 1943. And for these fundamental facts about God and divinity and the place of man in it all, even unconsciously to so many of the fighters in the armed services, that's the reason they're fighting. 2 more great and foundational facts. Well, okay, these are the 4 realities. I'm going to just, somehow I'm going to deal with them here. 2 more great and foundational realities are also part of the human state of awareness. Number 5, the fact of our relationship with each other. Let's see, what will I do here? I'm going to make these in a noticeable color. And then the fact of our relationship with each other. All parts of the Oversoul, right? And we are one with each other and one with the Oversoul. This is as much a foundational spiritual fact as is God himself, because it is linked with our knowledge of him as the Father. This would certainly transform our ways of thinking, but you just begin to realize as you persist with this spiritual occultism how benighted is the average thought upon these mysteries of reality. This relationship we call brotherhood, and it expresses itself, or should I say, it will eventually express itself, maybe, to a great extent by the end of the Aquarian Age, through human fellowship and right human relations. For this we work, and humanity is moving toward that relationship, and that in spite of the fact of war. Yeah, okay, this is because, it'll be an age of Venus, and it'll be an age of Libra. Well, brotherhood could come in under Gemini or Libra, under Mercury, or under Venus, or under Gemini and Libra, and maybe the last 2 decanates of the age of Aquarius will demonstrate this brotherhood. It will not include all human beings, of course, because there's still much to be learned by many, and not until the Judgment Day will all human beings on this planet be at least on the path of spirituality. Then number 6, the fact of the path to God. Awareness of this has been preserved for us down the ages by those who knew God and whom the world called mystics, occultists, and saints, opening out, therefore, before aspiring men, stretches of the way, segments of the path, we might say. The history of the human soul is the history of the search for that way and its discovery by the persistent. This is, again, so important. And making it that way, the path to God. Whew. So these are added here. And let's just review them. The fact of God, man's relationship to God, the fact of immortality and eternal persistence, the continuity of revelation and the divine approaches, the fact of our relationship with each other. And this is as important as the fact of God himself. This is relationship to each other within God, it's called. Fellowship, brotherhood, and so forth. And then the fact of the path to God. These are the fundamentals, and must be based upon those truths which have stood the test of ages. This is what we're trying to do, and so many other things are less important, though emphasized by various sects. The concrete mind is quite a prison when one is completely subservient to it and does not realize one's own subservience. In every race and nation, in every climate and part of the world, and throughout the endless reaches of time itself, back into the limitless past, and literally that's true, though not for a universe, but limitless with respect to the infinite series of universes, beginningless and endless, men have found the path to God. Emanations have found the method of retraction back to that from which they were emanated. They have trodden it and accepted its conditions, endured its disciplines, rested back in confidence upon its realities, received its rewards, and found their goal. Arrived there, they have entered into the joy of the Lord, participated in the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, dwelt in the glory of the divine presence, and then returned to the ways of men to serve. The testimony to the existence of this path is the priceless treasure of all the great religions, and its witnesses are those who have transcended all forms and all theologies and have penetrated into the world of meaning, which all symbols veil. So let's just call this the glorious future. I'm sure this is as we would wish to be, is it not? Those who have penetrated into the heights, experienced, entered into the joy of the Lord, participated there, and bring back for the upliftment of others what can be given from that experience. Some things, just can't be given, and people have to work it out for themselves on the way, on the long path of emanative retraction, as I'm calling it. The priceless treasure. The testimony to the existence of this path is the priceless treasure of all the great religions, and its witnesses are those who have transcended all forms and all theologies, the simply mental description of realities that people have for the most part not experienced, and have penetrated into the world of meaning which all symbols veil, and that world of meaning at least begins with the world of the soul, and in a way can be thought of as rising through the world of significance and the world of being and the world of causes and so forth. Penetration into the place, the conditions where God is unveiled, or at least relatively unveiled, compared with the dark perception that is presently ours. We see through a glass darkly, but one day face to face, as St. Paul has said, and he was involved in lifting the veil, and as the master on Chohan on the fifth ray, he will be involved in lifting many veils, which thus far have prevented humanity from seeing reality. 406, 402, and 387. So far, 387 to 405 is where we are. These truths are part of all that the past gives to man. They are our eternal heritage, and connected with them, there is no new revelation, but only participation and understanding, if we can go into the essence of things, perhaps. Well, there always seems to be a new revelation, new things are revealed, but the method of finding the area of revelation is already given, and there need be no new revelation about how to find the worlds of God. We might say how to make one's way into the cosmic ethers when thinking about the immediate spiritual possibilities lying before us at our stage of evolution. These are the facts which the world teachers have brought to us, suited to our need and capacity at any given time. They know how to speak proportionately. They can't be talking about what they themselves are trying to achieve. Well, DK mentions it, but, they can't talk in a detailed and revelatory manner about what they are still attempting to achieve. They are the inner structure of the one truth upon which all world theologies have been built, including the Christian doctrines and dogmas built around the person of the Christ and his teaching. Well, there is, more than hope that we will see things actually as they are. And we must be a little bit suspicious of ourselves when we think we know, that somehow we know the truth. We just forget that for us the veil of the temple has not been rent in twain. And even if it were rent in twain, though there would be great revelation, there would still be many more veils awaiting the rending process, which brings revelation, and on and on and on until the veil of the universe is rent in twain, because the universe, being finite, is certainly veiled from absolute infinity. I think there's no way to experience absolute infinity within a finite situation, which every universe provides. Little detour there into, third-rate philosophy, but okay, it happens. Participation and understanding awaits us. And we have been given these great incentives, incitements towards participation in greater reality, and we have to take the path that will make that possible. And we have to know also, as Diety has been using the word, what stretch of the path we are treading, what portion of the path, at least, in part. Dimly sensed by the evolving human consciousness, hovers another emerging truth of a larger nature, larger because related to the whole and not just individual man and his personal salvation. It is an extension of the individual approach to truth. So, still greater revelation lies ahead. And here is a description. Okay, it is an extension of the individual approach to truth. Let us call it the truth of the great cyclic approaches of the divine to the human, of which all world teachers and saviors were the symbol and guarantee. The great cyclic approaches of the divine, still greater than the lesser avatars, great as they were, who represented these great cyclic approaches. Dimly sensed, we understand something of this, that something of this nature is possible. At certain great moments down the ages, God drew nearer to his people and humanity, blindly and unconscious of their objective. Well, blind and unconscious of their objective. At the same time, and humanity, blindly, yes, and unconscious of their objective, at the same time made great efforts to draw near to God. But I suppose, the coming of Sanat Kumara to our globe is such an example. On the part of God, this was intentional, conscious, and deliberate. On the part of man, it was largely unconscious, forced upon him by the tragedy of circumstance, by desperate need, and by the driving urge of the collective soul. These great approaches can be traced down the centuries, and each time one took place, it meant a clearer understanding of divine purpose, a new and fresh revelation, the institution of some form of a new religion, and the sounding of a note which produced a new civilization and culture, or a fresh recognition of relationship between God and man, or man and his brother. So God drew nearer to his people at certain moments. And DK tells us we can trace these down the ages. Well, maybe the appearance of certain great teachers is an example, but it looks like it's a divine incarnation itself that is coming closer. I'm thinking about, what happened as Sanat Kumara took over the many factors, many processes of evolution as he came to this globe. And that happened 18 million years ago, and there was a tremendous opportunity offered to the animal man of the period when that took place. So at certain great moments, God drew nearer to his people, and humanity, blindly and unconscious of their objective, made great efforts to draw near to God. The history of our planet is something, unfathomable to the orthodox thinker, and therefore it really makes sense for that type of thinker to expand the reach of thought through the study of spiritual occultism if the fear of doing so can be dropped. So, really humanity didn't know what it was doing, but it was responding really to a kind of invocation. And humanity was invoked by this approach of an aspect of God. God, our planetary logos, let us say, most probably. And of course, there is God, the solar logos, and God, the cosmic logoi, and God, the supercosmic logoi, and God, the galactic logoi, and on until finally we reach the universal logos. But that's not the absolute deity except in essence. And the absolute deity awaits the pralaic destruction of limitless universes to be God all in all again as the absolute deity, and then the disappearance of even that being into absoluteness, whatever that might mean. The way I'm expressing it right now, it can be taken as theology because there's no way that one can know these things, one can make a formulation, but it's just so beyond everything of which we are capable. As a matter of fact, I don't think absolute deity can be known even by the universal logos when that universal logos is in a condition of finitude, as is the case with the production of a universe. A new definition of God was given us when the Buddha taught that God was light and showed us the way of illumination, and when Christ revealed to us that God was love through his life of service on earth. Defining the indefinable, defining the limitless. It seems futile, but at least greater finitudes are brought forth so that one does not remain attached to lower and unworthy finitudes. So God was light in the view of the third ray monad of the Buddha, touching the cosmic mental plane, and God was love. And I wouldn't be surprised that one day the Christ will be on the path of the solar logoi toward the cosmic Buddhic plane, which is informing the cosmic astral plane, which he touched with his cosmic touch. Two great sons of God who did something that which had not been done with respect to humanity on earth, apparently ever before. They had, while members of the human creative hierarchy, they had a cosmic touch. Today, the knowledge aspect of illumination is being comprehended, but the inner meaning of love is only now dimly sensed. And in psychology too, let's see if I can do this. The presented attribute of love is only now understood just a little, not much. And yet it is a presented attribute by the Christ some 2,000 years ago. Yet light and love have been revealed to the world by two great sons of God in two approaches. So these are, what are they? They are transmitting, oh goodness, it writes on its own, transmitting, it doesn't want me to write this, avatars. They are transmitting avatars, it's more than a teaching avatar. So these, they're of a higher rank altogether, and certainly higher than a racial avatar, but maybe not as high as a ray avatar or a cosmic avatar. So somewhere, we've been studying the types of avatars there are in this book, and it's told us of the Christ and the Buddha, they are transmitting avatars. So bringing in the next needed truth, and they are swaying hemispheres, not just local teachers, however good they may be, but they sway each of them half of humanity. A new approach is on the way, bringing us the next needed truth. We ask ourselves, what will it be? For it, the knowers and lovers of God and of their fellow men are prepared. For it, the masses of men wait. It's on its way. And, it will obviously have something to do with the divine will, which is the reason that perhaps the bringer of this new approach, the Christ in a new mode, is so reinforced by a great avatar of synthesis, a spirit of peace, and the Buddha, the Lord of Light. What a reinforcement that is, and what a planetary event is being prepared. Some of these approaches have been of a major nature, affecting humanity as a whole, and some of them are of less importance, affecting only a relatively small part of mankind, a nation or a group. So we're talking about, what's interesting about Lincoln, he was a racial avatar, and his influence began with America, but it has spread all over the world. And I was shocked when I realized that Vietnam, that at one point was considered to be America's enemy, North Vietnam, that the leader Ho Chi Minh had modeled his thought after Lincoln. So the great virtue of the man, the great humanity of the man spread all over the world, and those who were aiming for the good, and now incidentally Vietnam and the United States are on very friendly terms. I mean, it's amazing how the enemies of the past turn into friends and friends into enemies. That there is an effect of even localized avataric influence to be spread across the world if it is of a sufficient quality. Those who come as the revealers, says the Tibetan, of the love of God, come from that spiritual center to which the Christ gave the name, the kingdom of God. Here dwell the spirits of just men made perfect. Is that St. Paul? Here the spiritual guides of the race are to be found, and here the spiritual executives, he's dealing with ray types. The spiritual executives of God's plans live and work and oversee human and planetary affairs. It is called by many names, by many people. It is spoken of as the spiritual hierarchy, as the abode of light, as the center where the masters of wisdom are to be found, as the great white lodge. From it come those who act as messengers of the wisdom of God. This is what the Tibetan is. He's one of the great messengers who act as messengers of the wisdom of God, custodians of the truth as it is in Christ, from the mind as it is in Christ, and those whose task it is to save the world, to impart the next revelation, and to demonstrate divinity. All the world scriptures bear witness to the existence of this center of spiritual energy. This spiritual hierarchy has been steadily drawing near to humanity as men have become more conscious of divinity and more fitted for contact with the divine. We do see in this particular graph that humanity struggles towards the hierarchy, but as it does, the reciprocal arrow towards humanity also begins. And obviously, this cannot be a full and complete description of how things are. Okay, now, let's see here. Okay, so this is the hereafter hierarchy is described as a revealing. Center. Hierarchy is described as a revealing center. The kingdom of God. I think it's a very good description, don't you? And what hierarchy undertakes on behalf of the planet and on behalf of man. Spiritual guides of the race are to be found, and here the spiritual executives of God's plans live and work and oversee human and planetary affairs. A very, very good paragraph describing the function of hierarchy. Let's see here. And this stands out to me. Here dwell the spirits of just men made perfect. The path of the just shineth until the great light shines. I wrote a song about this. I'm trying to remember it, The path of the just shineth until the perfect day. Let's see. I do want to somehow find that, Okay, the path of the just. I like that so much that I want to see the path of the just shineth evermore until the perfect day, something like that. Here it is. The path of the just is as a shining light, which shineth more and more until the day be with us. I think this is in the Sagittarius ritual that I wrote. Well, you try to express yourself along different lines in the hope that someone may be reached. Okay, so let's see where we are here. Now, behind this spiritual center of love and light, another center is to be found, for which the West has no name, but which is, well, maybe the Father's house, perhaps, but which is called in the East by the name Shamballa. Perhaps the Western name is Shangri-La. There was an old film about that. I never really saw it in its entirety, but is it Ronald Colman and some actors in the 30s discovered Shangri-La, and eternal youth and so forth, interpreted maybe in material terms, a name which is finding recognition everywhere and which stands for the center of happiness and purpose. Shambhala or Shangri-La is the place where the will of God is focused, and from this is from which divine purposes are directed. Shambhala and Shangri-La. Well, there's a great interest in the West, in Shangri-La, and all the fulfillment that it might bring. From it, the great political movements and the destiny of races and nations and their progress are determined. Hence the connection with the Great Bear, the cosmic Manu, as one of our brothers has called it. And this progress and the destiny of races and nations and their progress are determined, just as the religious movements, the cultural unfoldments and spiritual ideas are sent forth from the hierarchical center of love and light. Political and social ideologies and world religions, the will of God and the love of God, the purpose of divinity and the plans whereby that purpose is brought into activity, all focus through that center of which we are each consciously a part, humanity itself. So the two, Shamballa, Shangri-La, and hierarchy, focus through humanity. There are therefore three great spiritual centers on the planet. Certainly we're well aware of this: Shamballa, the spiritual hierarchy, and humanity. Well, maybe we need to be reminded a little bit. In the film, of course, the august nature of what little I saw of it, the august nature of Shambhala was certainly not portrayed. It was more a realm of like eternal material happiness, That's how people conceive of things. A center of happiness and purpose, where the will of God is known and perfect peace does prevail. I'll put that down, Here the will of God is known and perfect peace prevails. The only true center of peace upon our planet, Shambhala. Okay. We learn, what I'm learning is that so much that has appeared in the lesson sets of the arcane school and seems to be quoted elsewhere, it really is to be found in this book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy. So many great nuggets of knowledge are here found, and many mantrams and ways of thinking about things which are realistic and spiritual at the same time. They come from this book. There is a definite biblical testimony to this highest of all centers, Shambhala. At moments of crisis in the earthly life of Christ, we read that a voice spoke to him, the voice of the Father was heard by him, affirming his sonship and setting the seal of approval upon his acts and works. So when the Father speaks to the Christ, it is a message coming from Shambhala, and certainly as as the head of the hierarchy and a becoming sixth degree initiate at those times, there was a relationship with the Father. Later it became solidified when Christ acquiesced in the will of the Father, and he even began to take the seventh initiation, which would see him sitting at the right hand of God, which would be the logoic plane. At that moment, a great fusion of the two spiritual centers, hierarchy and Shambhala, the kingdom of God and the world of spirit, that's Shambhala, was brought about, and thus spiritual energy was released on earth. We need to remember that the work of all world saviors and teachers is to act primarily as distributors of divine energy and as channels of spiritual force. So spiritual energy, at those moments of fusion when the Christ was recognized by the Father, we'll call him Sanat Kumara here. What is interesting, though, is DK tells us in Initiation Human and Solar that the full seventh initiation is actually taken with the planetary logos, not his emanation, Sanat Kumara, but the planetary logos as the initiator. And at the sixth initiation, it's not Sanat Kumara either. It is a great existence who has to remain unnamed. But at the third, fourth, and fifth initiations, it is Sanat Kumara. We need to remember that the work of all world saviors and teachers is to act primarily as distributors of divine energy and as channels for spiritual force. This outpouring manifests either as the impulse behind a world religion, the incentive behind some new political ideology, or the principle of some scientific discovery of importance to the growth of the human spirit. Interesting that he should take up the three rays, who are the ashrams of which are most represented in this moment of the return of the hierarchy and the reappearance of the Christ. The first ray ashram, second ray ashram, and the fifth ray ashram. So thus do religions, governments, and civilizations find their motivation. Here we have the 1, 2, 3, or rather the 2, 1, 3, I suppose. Anyway, let's just call this ashrams 1, 2, 5. And we will see that among the powerful and returning ashrams, these three are very prominent at the moment, which doesn't mean that the others will not take their place, but right now, these are the three most prominent. So, yes, distributors of divine ideology, or excuse me, divine energy. That's what the world saviors and teachers come to do. Okay. And of course, in the age of Aquarius, we will have also the age of distribution, and maybe ideally of fair distribution. Right now, we have the hoarding of the energies which are needed for all humanity to live properly, and some few people selfishly and fearfully do corner these energies. It's a thing especially associated with the sign Scorpio, this cornering of the market, and then distributing only to those who can pay. And so the right of human beings on this planet to be able to live a decent life is covered by selfishness. That right is prevented from being acknowledged and valued, and therefore it just doesn't happen. People just have far too little or far too much. There's a north-south split in a way, but it's not just north-south anymore. There are countries that just don't have what it takes in terms of the means by which humanity must and can live. There are other countries, perhaps, that just have a glut of that which they can never properly use. Thus do religions, governments, and civilizations, and that's the 1, 2, 3 of it, let me say. 1, 2, 3, find their motivation. History has demonstrated that again and again these developments are the results of the appearance and activity of some great man at an advanced stage of development. Thus, those who come forth as teachers, saviors, and founders of a new religion come forth from the hierarchy and are of the highest order of spiritual perfection. So he's going to elaborate on this. Someone great comes forth, and as a result of their life, something new arises, which is meant to take humanity farther along the path. Those who come forth as teachers, saviors, and founders of a new religion come forth from the hierarchy and are of the highest order of spiritual perfection. Well, we've had them, and in the book, The Reappearance of the Christ, some of these great teachers are mentioned. Of course, the Buddha and the Christ stand out above all, but there are other great, though lesser teachers there mentioned, and it would be worth reviewing, who they are, because I've been interested, in mysticism and so forth. I recognize Meister Eckhart as one of them along the path of occultism, and DK speaks of Vyasya, who taught immortality. Well, there's just quite a number of names. Plato is mentioned, and Shankara is mentioned. Maybe even Shakespeare and Leonardo as avatars of a certain kind. The scope of the avatars is very different from each other, but each has a gift to give. Those who convey to man the purposes of God through new ideological concepts are not as yet of so high an order, because man is not yet ready for the highest presentation. Well, okay, so there is even a difference in the quality of the representatives who come forth in their stature. Much has yet to be learnt and mastered by man, and spiritual unfoldment always outpaces the outer expression of human relationships and the social order. What does it take? An idea appears and it takes 50 years to come into the common language to make its appearance in the outer world. So consciousness first, then followed by the outer. Okay, as usual, my problem. So consciousness first, and then the modification of the outer world accordingly. It does take a while. Okay, well, not medication. It's modification, isn't it? Okay. Hence the world religions come first and produce the conditions which make the work of the rulers possible. Those associated with the first ray, and also with the executives on the third ray. Those who come forth from the spiritual center, Shamballa, are of great power, however, and the thread of their influence can be traced throughout history in the great declarations and pronouncements such as the Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, the Atlantic Charter. So this has to mean, what this has to mean is Churchill, okay, it's basically telling us Churchill and Roosevelt came forth from Shamballa because, they are involved in the Atlantic Charter and in the Four Freedoms. I'm not sure who it was that managed to write the Magna Carta to which the King John had to adhere. There were noblemen at that time. And I'm thinking also of Charlemagne, a great Christian emperor. I'm always wondering whether we weren't witnessing an earlier incarnation of the Master Moria at that time. So there are great pronouncements, and when it comes to the Declaration of Independence, sometimes I look at Thomas Jefferson, who was the major author there, and I think of him as on the seventh ray, or certainly some combination of the first and seventh ray. George Washington, definitely the first ray, but the variety of abilities that Jefferson showed seemed to indicate the seventh ray, maybe as a soul. He was, I don't know, an architect. He was that, and he preferred writing rather than speaking. You know how the first ray tends to want to be in person and to speak what it has to say. Anyway, there were great souls coming forth along, great souls from Shamballa, and some not so great souls. So when we're looking at Franco and Stalin, they are definitely from Shamballa. Lenin, the idealist, is from Shamballa. DK calls him the idealist. So, you know, there seems to be a combination of the first ray and the sixth. Mussolini, you know, a negative example. Hitler, a negative example. But from the area of rulership impulse, there have been, you know, Genghis Khan, good and bad. Attila the Hun, maybe not very good, but coming forth on the power of conquest. One day we will know the ray structure of all of these people who impressed humanity with a certain quality. So they can be traced, their influence can be traced throughout history in great declarations and pronouncements. I think, you know, well, the laws of Manu, obviously, Manu was in that very high role, the Manu of the time. And Hammurabi, you know, the lawmaker, all of that coming in on the first ray. Pericles, the Prince of Athens, maybe on the first ray, Alexander the Great on the first ray, but again, Aristotle almost didn't make it, you know. Alexander became so enraged with his third ray teacher that he almost killed him. Well, the stories of these personalities will emerge with accuracy as time goes on. Those who come forth from Shamballa or the hierarchy for the release and the guidance of humanity are evoked by human desire and demand. And there is a spiritual interplay existing between humanity and hierarchy and between both and Shamballa. They are evoked. If the demand is there and it is sufficiently intense and focused, they will come forth. Now, in our solar system, the second ray is preeminent, and there is an indication that even, I don't want green there, that our first ray, or the first ray is deflected from our solar system because the concentration of the solar logos is upon the second ray. Later, it will not be the case. Later, later in the next solar system, I think easier entrance of the first ray will come. But that's a long time ahead, and if you look at the kind of interludes between manifestations, I mean, we really have to determine are the figures in the Brahmanical chronology accurate? Blavatsky says yes. Others say no, that they're greatly exaggerated. Certainly the followers of Sri Yukteswar say they are greatly exaggerated. They amount to trillions of years, not in physical manifestation, but in the withdrawal of the life through various planes and a prolaic period, and then a reconstruction and emergence of a new solar system. It's a good thing we have lived forever. We just can't get rid of ourselves, I'm afraid. But we can think we do, and that's a great fallacy. Such messengers embody divine intention. The response of mankind to their messages is dependent upon the point in evolution which has been attained by man. Back in the early history of the race, these approaches were rare indeed. Well, I think Hercules, in a way, was a teacher who came forth, and he taught many, pictorially and dramatically, in Atlantis. Countless ages passed between them in the beginning, and we can't even name who they are. The Tibetan could. Today, owing to the greatly increased power of the human mind and the growing sensitivity of the human soul to the spiritual values as they express themselves through the major world ideologies, these approaches of the divine to humanity can become much more frequent and are taking on a new form. Well, I'll enlarge that later. Man's inner realization of his own innate spiritual potency and the unfoldment of his sense of relationship are bringing about an effort on his part, consciously undertaken, to make true progress towards the good, the true, and the beautiful. And this in spite of the fact of the war and the misery and the suffering present upon our earth. It's certainly not done. So many are suffering things that here in our modern Western world we would totally rebel against. It has therefore become possible to synchronize the approach of the divine to the human and to instruct the masses of men in the technique of thus invoking the approach, which is what's happening right now. We are being instructed. This attitude of humanity will lead to a new revelation, to the new world religion, and to new attitudes in the relation of man to God, religion, and of man to man, government or social relationships. So this looks like a new subject. Let's just say the continued subject is the divine approaches, but a new section is being entered. Thank goodness, because I'm closing in on my 5-hour time. And what I want to do, though, is elevate a few of the points here in this important paragraph. So it depends, the response to these approaches depends on the degree of development of the responders. And in the early days, maybe Lemurian days, there were those who came and taught. We would not know their names. Maybe the Tibetan is mentioned a little, I'm not sure. But the approaches are increasing in frequency now. So today, owing to the greatly increased power of the human mind and the growing sensitivity of the human soul to the spiritual values as they express themselves through the major world ideologies, these approaches of the divine can become more frequent and are taking on a new form. Well, we'll elevate that a little. Man's inner realization of his own innate spiritual potency and the unfoldment of his sense of relationship are bringing about the effort on his part, consciously, right, to make true progress towards the good, the true, and the beautiful. Man is making true progress towards the good, the true, and the beautiful, and this despite the misery and suffering of the war. And I guess only those who have been through it, well, you can see from the documentaries, how the suffering occurred. So it has therefore become possible to synchronize the approach of the divine to the human and to instruct the masses of men in the technique of working with the approach, and that's what Master DK is doing right here. So this attitude of humanity will lead to a new revelation, a new world religion, and a new attitudes in the relation of man to God, that's religion, and of man to man. So basically now we've reached a point my lengthy programs will soon end because there are other things that have to be done. We have here, we've gone up to page 409. So from, let's see where we are here, 387 to 409. Okay, 387. Okay, and let's see how we go with that. There it is. I keep on thinking it is. And I will go back to 387 and 383 to 387 and 387, and there we go, 387 up to 409. So basically 300 in the book, about 355 pages roughly remain, and that is about half the book. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting a lot out of this, understanding things that may have slipped by before. This is approximately 5 hours and, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. And let's copy that out and take it down to another place. Oh, there's a lot we've covered here. And then, of course, really assimilating it, that's the point. How do we assimilate what the Tibetan has given us? This is program number 39, the end of it. 40 is coming, approximately, so far, 5 hours and X minutes. I don't know, just a few. Beginning program number 40. We don't know how long it will be. And it's 387, and the date here has been March 4th, and we begin now on page 409. How I wish before conference it were possible really to finish this, but I can already see the handwriting on the wall because conference requires tremendous preparation. So that it's probably not going to happen. Okay, friends, so I'll try to bring the conversion factor up to speed. Right now, it's really not up to speed, And so I've been working on a 1 hour conversion for the last 9 or 10 hours. Something's wrong with the computer, but okay, we will find the way. The important thing is to become a better disciple, more useful and efficient in helping to bring the divine plan into manifestation and eliminate those factors of selfish preoccupation which prevent us from giving all we have and are, and thereby also prevent us from experiencing greater points of revelation. Because if we are fixated on our own selfishness, we will never succeed in moving forward into higher points of tension, points of revelation. Those things will be closed to us. So let's get rid of, as much as we can, the lower ego and focus in the higher examples of ego, which involve the soul, the triad, and even the monad. The monad is kind of an ego with all letters in caps. Let's learn how to do that, and each will have to find it his or her own way, of course, but we can find it. Okay, friends, lots of love, many blessings, study hard, meditate deeply, and apply everything you learn in the correct way. I keep on saying those things, but I'd like to follow them myself. Okay, all the best, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.